And I believe some of them in the previous sessions have shared this, have been on this stage. So that much I can say. And we are currently in the process of their application and everything. But again, ideally, I would have liked to use this stage to make a detailed presentation about the policy incentives and everything. But due to the paucity of time, maybe it wasn't possible. So my team must have distributed the presentations to all the tables. And I hope to see further interest at our stall. So, I mean, your question needs a very small answer. Very soon we'll have an announcement. So on the screen we have, I've touched upon this in the first round. When it comes to the policy and the incentive structure, we have tried to align it with Government of India, and we have made it one of the best in the country. When you talk about capital subsidy, there's a 50% top-up above Government of India's outlay. So that takes it to 75%. When it comes to land, we are offering land at the rate of 75% rebate. And you won't believe this is being offered at the upcoming Jewar International Airport. So post 2024, you can land at that place from any international location, and you can get to your premises within 10 to 12 minutes. And it's not mentioned on the screen, but if someone finds it feasible to move towards the eastern or southern part of a state, we are offering through policy land at the rebate of 90%. Other provisions are standard things. I mean, but through our provisions, we have also tried to ensure the quality of power through dual grid. And learning from Gujarat, we might go back and take it to 3. So that's what, again, I would thank you for this event and the learning experience we had. We all are learning in this process. Even in the previous stages, I got with the luminaries on the stage, I believe it was IMC last year. I said we all are vying for something which is coming in India. So instead of having I mean, even if we are having a healthy competition, I say that we should go beyond that. We should, instead of healthy competition, we should have a complementing competition. So at that note, I would like to thank you, and I hope we soon meet while we announce something big.
The two leaders chaired a technology roundtable with the brand names of industry present on that occasion. The joint statement, which was issued at the end of the visit, highlighted this aspect of our cooperation. 3 American companies, Micron Technology, Lam Research, and Applied Materials, made specific comments that have been the subject, I believe, of your deliberations as well. Now, it is essential that these developments are viewed from a larger perspective of India and the United States, building a technology partnership for the future. India's entry as the latest member of the Mineral Security Partnership is surely worth noting, given the importance today of diversifying and securing supply chains in that area. Similarly, cooperation between the two countries has been a visible tailwind in the sphere of advanced telecommunications. Even as India's 5G rollout unfolds and starts to gather momentum, it is noteworthy to seek Bharat 6G and American NextG alliance co-lead research. Launching open RAN deployments and participating in the US RIP and Replace program is also something worth noting. This collaboration today extends to new initiatives and additional domains and can be expected to grow steadily in the times to come. We see that, for example, in space, where India signing the Artemis Accords and promoting stronger ISRO-NASA collaboration is a sign of the times to come. It is visible too in the creation of a joint Indo-US quantum coordination mechanism. The innovation handshake between Indian entities and the National Science Foundation holds much promise, and so does the Indus-X innovation bridge in defense technologies. Now, earlier in May 2023, the leaders of the Quad grouping, you are all aware, comprises of India, US, Japan, and Australia. The leaders of the Quad grouping agreed at their meeting in Hiroshima on principles of critical and emerging technology standards. This, inter alia, supported industry-led, consensus-based, multi-stakeholder approaches. It endorsed technology standards that promote interoperability, competition, inclusiveness, and innovation. The intent was to foster technology standards that support safety, security, and resilience. These voluntary principles were meant to assist governments and organizations to develop appropriate standards, and it is clearly the Quad's expectation that many other nations would join us in that regard. Japan is another significant partner in this particular domain, and my meeting just this week with Foreign Minister Hayashi affirmed the priority that both of us attach to it. Just this month, we concluded a memorandum of cooperation on semiconductor supply chain partnership. It is expected to promote semiconductor design, manufacturing, equipment research, talent development, and industry resilience. I should also mention the other Quad partner, Australia, because of their salience when it comes to raw materials, critical minerals, and innovative research. Do note that we have an ongoing critical minerals investment partnership with that country. Now, this is by no means an exhaustive list. In fact, very frankly, I cited it because these are good examples of an impactful illustration. Critical and emerging technologies, I must tell you all, is today an increasingly important subject of conversation with many key partners. With the European Union, for example, we held the first meeting of the Technology and Trade Council, where I participated along with our Commerce and Industry Minister and the Minister of State dealing with electronics. And I should say that the EU actually has this mechanism, TTC, only with two partners, with the United States and with India. Critical technologies also find due mention in the Horizon 2047 vision document that was issued at the end of Prime Minister's recent visit to France. Now, having described the global cooperation landscape in some detail, allow me now to share some of my thoughts on the relevance of critical and emerging technologies today in international relations. To begin with, it is an intrinsic element of the knowledge economy that is steadily unfolding. In fact, if you think about it, one of its primary characteristics is how deeply it embeds technologies in a manner that profoundly influences all aspects of our lives. Now, if the very nature of our economic and social activities undergo a transformation as a result, then it is not surprising that CET, critical and emerging technologies, CET should now emerge as one of the most important metrics of power. Who invents? Who manufactures? What are the market shares? Where are the resources? Who has the skills? Where is the talent pool? These are now the increasingly crucial questions in the global arena. Now, some of you would have heard the term chip war. I think perhaps the depiction of a chip war may be somewhat overstated, but it has more than a fundamental kernel of truth. To a considerable extent, concerns in the CET field are influenced by how market shares and production dominance was leveraged in other areas. Because remember, technology trade is not just trade. It is as much about political science. The truth is, we are seeing the re-emergence of export controls as a response to strategic assertions of economic strength. How to do business needs to be tempered with where and with whom to do it. This today matters even more because of our recent experience with the COVID pandemic and the stresses that this induced in the international economy. We all woke up to the realization of the serious over-concentration of production in different domains. Whether it was disruption, whether it was manipulation, or whether it was simply transactionalism, the final outcome was similar in terms of generating an anxiety about reliable, resilient, and redundant supply chains. In the political world, there is already a debate underway on the downside of globalization. But in the technology and manufacturing worlds, this is a reality that cannot be reversed. The objective here is to optimize globalization, not deny its reality. If we are heading for an era of re-globalization with many more centers of production, one which is clearly much more collaborative than in the past, where we do not see that kind of over-concentration anymore, then you understand why it is so important that India has stepped up at this point of time. Our semiconductor mission is not just about meeting domestic requirements. It is also about contributing to a global demand for trusted manufacturing. Indeed, it is truly a powerful case for Make in India and Make for the World. Trust and transparency are also today key issues as we debate the future of the digital domain. Who processes and harvests our data is increasingly crucial in a world of artificial intelligence. Nor indeed can we any longer separate even basic manufacturing and everyday commodities and services from their data implications. As political democracies, as pluralistic societies, and as market economies, we all have understandable concerns of both privacy and of security. It is therefore essential that those of us who are comfortable working with each other enhance our collaboration. Another relevant factor here is the mismatch between demographic supply and workplace demand. The pace of change that we are witnessing when it comes to CET will also create an accompanying upheaval when it comes to the required talent pool. Here too, India can make a significant difference to the global economy. Particularly so as the changes in the last decade in India are creating the infrastructure for stronger skill development, for greater technical education, and for a more vibrant innovation culture. So, my message to all of you is reflect on the larger repercussions of the particular domains that you are concentrating on technologically. Your decisions and your relationships have implications far beyond your immediate business. It would contribute to re-engineering the global economy, adding to its stability, to its security, to its resilience. It could create new practices, and I would say even a new ethos for a global workplace. It could unleash the talents and creativity of those who will now get connected to contemporary vehicles of progress. Your presence here today is a statement of the impact of the Modi government's good governance policies, of its making it easier to do business, of its Gati Shakti infrastructure initiatives, and of its promotion of ease of living practices. I am confident that day 3 will be as rewarding and productive as the earlier 2, Let me conclude by conveying my best wishes to all participants. Thank you and namaskar.
We thank Sir for sharing his visionary and path-breaking views. We are sure that under his esteemed leadership, India will become a trusted partner in the global value chain. Our Honorable Prime Minister emphasized while inaugurating SemiconIndia 2023 that India wants the whole world to benefit from its skill, capacity, and capability. He stressed boosting India's potential for global good and a better world. Let us deliberate on international collaboration for trusted and resilient semiconductor supply chain through a panel discussion. I would like to call upon stage Shri Anshuman Tripathi, member NSCS as moderator. We welcome you, sir. We also wish to welcome the panelists, Shri Mike Hanke, Consulate General, U.S. Embassy. Welcome. We welcome Ms. Koyoko Hokugo, Minister, Economy and Development, Japan. Welcome, ma'am. We welcome Ms. Georgina Rose Mackay, First Secretary, Australian High Commission. Welcome, ma'am. And last but not the least, Shri Arijit Ray Chaudhary, Professor, Georgia Tech. Welcome, sir. As the panelists take their seats, let me introduce you to Shri Anshuman Tripathi. He's a member of the National Security Advisory Board, a Sloan Fellow from Stanford Graduate School of Business. He specializes in creating entrepreneurial ecosystems worldwide in semiconductors, cyber physical systems, aerospace, defense, and holds a US patent in semiconductors. His research on hardware Trojans was also acknowledged by the US DoD. As a chip designer, his designed chips have accumulative sales of over $1 billion USD. May I request Shri Tripathi to kindly steer us through the imperative discussions during this session. And one more time, a big round of applause for all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, Semicon India. And my heartiest congratulations to you all. Yeah, you need a round of applause. Wake up. It's the third day of the Semiconductor conference. It's a Sunday morning, and breakfast is served today at the hotel, whichever you're staying, till 11 o'clock. You put all that aside and showed up here, as they say in the United States, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. So you certify as a hardcore semiconductor fan or a hardcore semiconductor practicing person. Congratulations. If you need an official certificate, I'm sure the ministry would like to give you one. So, with that, we have an excellent panel here for you today. We'll talk about the larger things because we have now come on stage to talk about how we can collaborate and how internationally we can all work together. Many countries have now signed up and also created their own incentive packages for onshoring as well as collaboration. As we all know, not one country can do it all. So, in the excellent panel that we have today, we have Mike Hanke, the Consul General of the United States at the Consulate General in Mumbai. He's been here since August of 2022. Prior to this, he was the Deputy Chief of Mission in the US Embassy in Amman. He is a senior Foreign Service officer since 2001, holds a bachelor's in International Affairs from George Washington University, a master's degree from the Indiana University, and has worked deeply to create ties when he was at the US Consulate General in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, in the Saudi oil industry. Sir, I guess now you're in the new oil, the semiconductor industry. Welcome, sir. Ms. Kyoko Hakugo-san, for those who don't know, san is the courteous way of referring to a person in Japan. So, Kyoko-san is the Minister of Economic and Development at the Embassy of Japan in New Delhi. She's had a distinguished career and held several positions of eminence. She promoted bilateral diplomatic relations between India and 22 European countries when she was the Director of Western Europe Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Japan. Before that, she was in charge of diplomacy regarding gender equality and women empowerment as the Director of Gender Mainstreaming Division of MOFA. And I can assure you, ma'am, this is the most gender-balanced panel of Semicon today. We also have Ms. Georgina Rose Mackay, the first Secretary Economics from the Australian High Commission in New Delhi. She leads on cyber and critical technology policy, has been in India for 2.5 years, so she's got used to the spicy food. She holds a BA and JD from the University of Melbourne and has held roles across the public service as a lawyer and policy officer, including the international cybercrime negotiations and as an expert on privacy law. Welcome, ma'am. We also have a professor of Indian origin, Professor Arijit Ray Chaudhary, who is the Steve Chadwick Chair and Professor at the School of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta, USA. I should probably speak with more Georgian drawl, pull my words a little more down, but for the time being, I'll stay Indian. He has done his PhD from Purdue University, which jokingly people also say the Purdue University. And as many might feel that in the group of diplomats we have a professor, then let me remind you, semiconductors only works on impurities. We need one person who's different from all the others to get the conversation going. With that, I'll take my chair in there and ask the first questions from there. Is that okay with the team? Or, I think, yeah, Dr. To set the stage, I think how about we start with a 2-minute, you can share about your individual countries' efforts in semiconductors and international collaborations. Would you like to start, Hakugo-san?
Okay, thank you very much. Well, it's a great honor for me to speak out in front of such a huge number of people, which are who are the specialists in semiconductor. I'm the diplomat and not the very much expert, but from diplomatic point of view, I'd like to make a contribution on this panel. And at the outset, I'd like to explain a little bit about Japanese policy, as well as the very recently concluded MOC on the Japan-India Semiconductor Supply Chain Partnership, which was concluded just 10 days ago. So please let me explain about these two things. And as regards Japanese policy on semiconductor, it comprises 3 steps. The first step is to strengthen the supply chain for general purpose semiconductors used in cars and cell phones or other electronic devices. And the second is to catch up with cutting edge technology of the world. The Japanese technological capability is said to be 10 years behind the state of the art, and the public and private sectors in Japan are making concerted efforts to get closer to 2-nanometer technology. And the third is the R&D of next generation technology, such as those used in quantum computer through international cooperation. And for the first step, the government is trying to realize resilient supply chain, for example, through giving assistance to the establishment of factories with TSMC in Japan. And for the second step, Japan has established LSTC, namely Leading Edge Semiconductor Technology Center, as open and collaborative R&D platform for cutting-edge technology, where cooperation among the US, EU, and Japan is being promoted. So we are at the same time announced the establishment of Rapidus, which is supposed to be a mass production entity of that very high level semiconductor. So we expect the result of the international cooperation in R&D in making Rapidus up to speed with the most advanced foundries. So in each step, you see we need international cooperation. So not only to advance our technology, but also to strengthen resilience of our supply chain. And it is quite important to collaborate with countries which we can share value and trust. So for us, it is logical to see India as one of the important partners to enhance cooperation in this field. In this backdrop, Japan has concluded the Japan-India Semiconductor Supply Chain Partnership. And we expect mainly 2 points from this new partnership. The first point is to promote talent and workforce development. Japanese companies are highly interested in Indian semiconductor human resources, and especially in the field of design. It is said already that 20% of talent in Intel, Micron, and other top companies are Indians. And Japanese semiconductor company Renesas is already collaborating with Indian company with establishing R&D center in Bangalore and in the area of EV as well as design personnel and starting human resource exchange. Okay. And the second point is the possible future collaboration in manufacturing. So we understand that India is wishing to establish a semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem in the country, and we would like to contribute to making it in the area where Japanese industry has a strength. So well, in several areas like equipment or specialty chemicals, we would like to attract the Japanese industry to be interested in the Indian market. And in this way, we would like to strengthen the semiconductor area, strengthen the tie in semiconductor area with India as partners with mutual trust and contribute to the resilient supply chain in the world.
Thank you. Wow. No wonder Japan is one of the frontline players in semiconductors. There's lots going on. Mike?
Thank you, Anshuman. Namaste, मैं बहुत खुशी हुई कि आपके साथ बोलता हूँ आज. And for my Tamil friends, Vanakkam and Rumba Sandoshamaga. I studied here in high school and then I came back to work and I found a lot of people are from the state where I studied in Coimbatore. So it's great to be here. It's great to be on stage with our Quad partners. It's great to have this invitation and to follow the Honorable External Affairs Minister in speaking. There's 3 things that I would emphasize today. Number 1 is that the US and India are indispensable partners in the 21st century. And this is based on everything from people-to-people connections, That, you see 4 million Indians in the diaspora in the United States. India is the #1 sending country for students going to the US. India and the US, the US is the #1 trading partner for India with $191 billion in trade last year. Beyond that, we share fundamental values, and as my counterpart from Japan was saying, we share a similar vision for the world, a world that's peaceful, fair, free, and open. Now, when it comes to semiconductors, the US only produces 10% of all semiconductors in the world. Unfortunately, most semiconductor production is concentrated in just a very few places. And for those of us that share values, that presents a risk. Our goal is to de-risk that economy, to build a safe, secure, and diversified global ecosystem for semiconductors so that it can power the world. Today, in conferences like this, and what India is doing, I see a golden opportunity. This is where India can come in. India can come in to present a new alternative in these global supply chains. The US is putting investment into helping India and similar like-minded partners to build that supply chain. We see evidence just this week with the investments that US companies are making, voting with their feet. Take a look at the Micron investment here in Gujarat, the announcements by AMAT, by AMD, by Lam Research to come in. And it's not only in ATP, it's not only in research and design, but it's also in skilling. So as the President and the Prime Minister said, it's everything from the seas to the stars that we can collaborate, and that same diversity of collaboration is true in semiconductors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Georgina?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Honourable Minister for External Affairs, Jaishankar Ji, to the India Semiconductor Mission and the Ministry of Electronics and IT for putting on such a wonderful conference in these past 3 days, and of course to our moderator and my fellow panellists today. It's truly an honour to be here. So that we know that the global technology landscape is evolving at an unprecedented pace, and geostrategic competition is impacting the development and use of critical technologies. And as we're all aware, the need for semiconductors and the security of their supply chains has grown in importance in recent years. We really welcome India's decision to invest in developing an India semiconductor design and manufacturing ecosystem. And as Australia is an importer of semiconductors, we are pleased that steps are being taken by like-minded countries to diversify semiconductor supply chains. The Australian government recognises the importance of critical technologies and is targeting $1 billion of investments in critical technologies through the National Reconstruction Fund. In May 2023, the Australian government updated the list of critical technologies, and on this list include advanced manufacturing and materials technologies, including semiconductors. Australia has value to offer across the semiconductor ecosystem, from critical mineral inputs through to design. Australia's critical minerals strategy is the government's plan to grow our critical minerals industry. With our rich geological endowment and track record as a reliable exporter of resources, Australia can play a pivotal role in delivering the processed minerals the world needs. The government is targeting $500 million of new investment in critical minerals projects via the Northern Australian Infrastructure Facility. In 2022, Australia added 2 new minerals to Australia's critical minerals list: high-purity alumina and silicon, which reflects the expanding significance of mineral inputs in strategic applications like semiconductors. Australia also has existing strengths in areas of competitive advantage in the semiconductor supply chain, including in niche capabilities in design, manufacturing and research, as well as in silicon irradiation, which is required for some high-powered applications. No single country can tackle the geostrategic challenges presented by critical technologies on their own, and Australia is working with our international partners to invest in and safeguard our critical tech industries. Strong partnerships are essential to realising our shared vision of a region that is open, stable, prosperous and respectful of sovereignty. In March this year, Australia and India agreed to deepen cooperation and extend existing commitments to the Australia-India Critical Minerals Investment Partnerships. Investments under the partnership will seek to build new supply chains underpinned by critical minerals processed in Australia that will help India's plans to become a global manufacturing hub, including for electronic vehicles. We are also pleased to work with India under our framework arrangement on cyber and cyber-enabled critical technologies, which provides a strong architecture for government-to-government engagement. The Quad 2 has focused on critical technologies, and Quad partners are leveraging our combined strengths and capabilities to tackle critical tech challenges. This includes through ensuring critical and emerging technologies are governed by shared principles, bolstering resilience against cybersecurity threats, and cultivating next-generation STEM talent through the Quad Fellowship. The Quad has also mapped its capacity and vulnerabilities in global semiconductor supply chains and has decided to better leverage our complementary strengths to realise our diverse and competitive market for semiconductors. At the recent Quad Leaders Summit, our leaders welcomed the launch of the private sector-led Quad Investors Network. The network will aim to facilitate investments in strategic technologies, including clean energy, semiconductors, critical minerals, and quantum technologies. Our efforts across borders and with trusted partners will enhance our shared vision of developing diverse, secure, and reliable supply chains for semiconductors. Thank you.
Thanks, Georgina. India sees Australia as a very strong ally in many things, including the critical technologies. We welcome you here. Professor Arijit, I understand as an academic, there's a lot of effort you're doing between the two nations in semiconductors and critical technologies. Please.
Sure. Yeah, first of all, thank you, Anshuman, for the introduction, and thank you, everybody, for inviting me. So this is a real honor. I'm, of course, the impurity in the group, so I'll try to keep my conversation in a different direction. So to me, supply chain is all about talent, and semiconductors is one area where, as Mike mentioned, the manufacturing is getting concentrated in particular areas of the world, and so is talent. So providing diversification of talent is another critical aspect of being able to have more of a globalized supply chain in the world. So the couple of points I'm going to make is one, the first one would be on research. There are lots of opportunities for us to kind of collaborate on research projects and research-related activities, particularly with the strong presence of the semiconductor companies coming to India. There is a huge zest for I'd say collaborative research, which has direct implication on manufacturing, design, as well as the entire stack for semiconductors. Very recently, right before Prime Minister Modi visited the White House, there was a report which was written by the Association for American Universities on how to collaborate with India, particularly in research, and that is there were a lot of contributors there, mostly from the US, and as well as with inputs from the IITs and IIScs. So that is going to act as a blueprint for many of the things that we need to do, particularly in understanding how research has to be conducted. Particularly, there is a renewed focus on research which has dual use, which means both on the commercial side as well as on the defense side. The next part is particularly important because in the US we have, for example, different levels of technology readiness, and we know how to work across those TRL levels on areas, on research areas which have let's say, confidentiality and export control associated with it. So that's something that we need to figure out in the next several years on how we are going to manage those issues as we start working research collaborations across the countries. So there was also IndusX, which is a new initiative for lab to startup incubation, both in India as well as US jointly. Again, with a focus on defense technologies. There are lots of opens that we need to kind of close on, particularly with the relationship to sharing of IPs, sharing of information and all that. And I see a lot of enthusiasm, across the two countries to be able to breach those gaps. The second point I want to make is on education and skill. I think there is a growing understanding that we and the semiconductor industry are the need for the industry and what we can produce in terms of the number of engineers and qualified individuals. I think that gap keeps on increasing every year. So it's critical for us to be able to share our experiences with our Indian colleagues in terms of education modules, both in classroom as well as upskilling people who are already in the industry. So I think there are lots of opportunities there for us to kind of collaborate as well. I'd say many of these large public universities in the US are global universities. For example, Georgia Tech has campuses in France, we have campuses in China. So we can use some of those learnings that we have had in the past on how to kind of provide education and educational modules across the globe. So as we are looking at supply chain of talent, and as I'll put it, I think there are definitely opportunities for us to have a very strong presence in India. So I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you. So now that the stage is set, or should I say the August stage is set in July 2023, we gather here today to discuss international collaboration in trusted and resilient semiconductor supply chains. I suppose I can split those supply chains into 4 categories. One is the wafer and chip supply chains, and one is the semiconductor tool supply chains, and then the semiconductor raw material supply chains, and lastly, the talent pool supply chains. In that context, recently, the United States and India got into a partnership called ICET, the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, which has semiconductors as a strong component. Mike, would you like to share some thoughts on that?
Yeah, thanks, Anjuman. Last, April 2022, when the Prime Minister and the President met in Kyoto on the side of the Quad conference there, they said that across our governments, civil society, academics, and businesses, we needed to focus on critical and emerging technologies. Semiconductors is one. Also in space, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and biotechnology. And through multiple rounds at the highest levels of both of our governments, between the national security advisors of both countries, Doval and Sullivan, and then with breakout sessions among our interagency on the executive branch in both countries, we've held follow-up meetings. It's been one of the most exciting elements of my career to watch the energy behind this critical and emerging technologies initiative. Right now, what we've got is a commitment on both sides to focus on the technologies that connect our people, that protect our people, and then ways to detect vulnerabilities and risks. There's a fancy term that was announced earlier this spring that we're trying to build innovation bridges between India and the United States. What does this metaphorical bridge actually mean? Specifically, it means that the governments are going to create the enabling conditions for the semiconductor industry, as a good example, to thrive by convening people, bringing them together in expos, by specifically recruiting small and medium-sized enterprises, startups, all of that ecosystem that help a major industry like semiconductors thrive, by inviting venture capital and finance into the table so that there's finance to enable these businesses, and by convening the partners to make sure that the human resources and skilling are done well. Everything from Georgia Tech to Purdue that I know that's here, they're doing some great work, and we heard that even just yesterday when we hosted a skilling roundtable with the Indian government, with local businesses, with American companies, and with US and Indian universities. So the next thing that's going to come is hackathons. Now, hackathons happen all the time. What's going to be special in the Innovation Bridge through ICET is a hackathon specifically targeted at major challenges that governments in like-minded countries like India, the US, and our Quad partners recognize face us in the 21st century, and that are going to need whole-of-society answers. We're planning on the next hackathon in the coming months as a way to invite Indian students, researchers, government agencies to work with our counterparts to say, how are we going to solve some of those challenges? And then put the best ideas together with finance and research institutions to bring them to fruition.
Thank you. So, as Mike shared, we're working on multiple technologies, space being one of them. And I bring up space in specific because we in India have matured semiconductors for space with semiconductor complex in Mohali. And there are only a very few, I would say a handful of fabs in the world which can boast that their chips are today sitting on Mars and Moon. And India is one of those few countries which is proud to say our chips are sitting on Mars and Moon. Thank you, Semiconductor Complex Mohali. And some of you, as the Honorable Prime Minister says, the naysayers, that 180 nanometers is an old technology. Let me remind you, you want a conservative, proven technology when you send a chip to space. You don't want to send a chip across to Mars and then realize you left a bug. And then you say, oh, sorry, can I order tomato, Zomato, or Swiggy to send a part to Mars and change that? So we are looking forward to further collaborations. Thank you, Mike. And Kyoko-san, we understand in the very recent past, last week or two, India and Japan also got into an MOC. In cooperation, would you like to share a little bit about that?
Okay. Well, at my first remark, I already touched upon a bit, but this creates a government-to-government policy dialogue platform, and in that we could discuss whatever to tighten our cooperation. And what we put in already in the MOC, one is the human resource, the talent and the workforce development. And well, I've already said that the Japanese industries are very much interested in Indian talent, and which is already very, very active in design field. But maybe we are trying to catch up to the very high cutting edge skill on semiconductor, and we are trying to have the R&D center as well as the manufacturing entity in Japan, and maybe in that endeavor we would like to collaborate with Indian people. And at the same time, I understand that not only in design, but in the manufacture phase, workforce, many engineers are needed. And we know that there are many high-skilled IT engineers are in India. And in the manufacturing part, we would like to collaborate to raise the engineer fits to that, specialized to that that phase. And this is one. And another one is, of course, the contribution to the Indian manufacturing ecosystem. And I understand in Japanese industry there are some very strong area exists, like the very specialty chemicals or gases, and in that those companies who are producing that kind of equipment and materials, which I think we have already supplying in India, but would like to invest in India more. And of course, this is not decided yet, but the discussion will be starting, and I would like to see that this MOC, the conclusion of MOC itself, give impetus to the industries of both countries to do more business together.
Absolutely. I think we look forward to that contribution. You mentioned two specific supply chains. One is the talent supply chain, and one's the tool technology and raw material supply chain, so three parts of it. And I think we're also catching up to the newer technologies. And you have a wide experience in gender equality, and now maybe you can help us do technology equality as well. And you mentioned about talent. Would the language differences need a little more mitigation? Would Indians need to learn a lot more Japanese and maybe the other way around learn some Indian languages?
Yes, I think, of course, many people speak, Japanese people speak English nowadays, especially in the semiconductor area, but you're very good. I already know that you're good in Japanese. With perfect, perfect pronunciation. But it is true that if the Indian people could speak Japanese language, it helps a lot. So between India and Japan, one of the very important area of cooperation is Japanese language education in India. And we also have the MOC on that. And we have revised that this year. And nowadays, the Japanese language learning population in India is not much yet, but this is very important and for promoting the cooperation in semiconductor sector too. So I recommend the Indian people to touch upon to start in Japanese language, and we would like to help the Japanese language education in India.
Thank you. Also, on the other side, on the raw material and gases side, I have personally been very passionate about a specific gas without which we cannot make semiconductors, and that is neon. In the recent past, the price of neon shot up 9 times, 900% in the international market for semiconductor neon. And neon is harvested from air. It's 0.0018% in the air, and it is usually harvested in air separation units, which are usually used in steel production. India is the world's second largest steel producer, and thus, by default, we are also the second largest neon producer in the world. And the world's largest air separation unit is in the home state of Gujarat, in Jamnagar. So we have enough neon to supply to the whole world and be the neon capital of the world. All we need is Kyokusan and the Japanese industry to do the last mile processing of purifying the neon to semiconductor grade. And we would be part of the international supply chain of neon and other gases. May I put that as a request for the governments to look at in a more serious way to invite companies around neon and other critical semiconductor technology gases in India? As we know, Japan has a lot of technologies around it, and as you just mentioned.
Thank you very much for this information. This is very, very precious, and I didn't really, I expected that this concrete request come in this, this panel discussion, but this is very, very, potentially fruitful, the source of cooperation. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I will, of course, convey to our industry.
Thank you so much. And as this highlights, there are a lot of opportunities for India to enter the supply chains from a raw material perspective. We are a large country and a big country. And many other, like we had the panel yesterday on the gentleman from Inox talked about the possibility of semiconductor grade gases and some of these gases that are already being produced in India. Coming to Australia, and Australia is part of the Quad, many might not know that in quantum computing, Australia has a lot of technology to share, and many of the quantum computers are actually built on semiconductor components which are super cooled down to cryogenic levels. Georgina, you want to share? Thank you.
Thank you for such a good question. So I think quantum computing is a good example to show how semiconductors is such an integral, critical technology, but of course there are many more that semiconductors feed into in a bit of a network of essential technologies that we're all focused on. And the benefit of groupings like the Quad and bilateral cooperation is that we get to exchange expertise in semiconductors, but also more broadly where we have areas of expertise and comparative advantage to share. So Australia has a very strong quantum technology history. Australia has been teaching quantum technology programs at university from 30 years ago when many countries weren't doing that, and now many of our experts in quantum tech are leading on research across the world in the private sector and in governments and academia as well. We like to think we punch above our weight in quantum technologies, so there's already significant venture capital investment in Australia. So we capture a 3.6% share of global venture capital for quantum from 2017 to 2021. And Sydney, our biggest city in Australia, is already home to one of the highest concentrations of quantum technology research groups in the world. And this includes our experts at the Sydney Quantum Academy, which is a partnership between the government and 4 of our Australia's best research universities. Australia has also laid the foundation for hardware technologies such as silicon and optically based quantum computing systems. And the knowledge that Australia's research has generated over the past decades has gone on to influence almost every aspect of the quantum fields in the world. And just to touch on as well, one of the areas you mentioned and my esteemed colleagues have mentioned as well is the education aspect. Australia has world-class research and education institutes, and it can be an important player in the early tertiary stages of people who will become semiconductor experts. So trade in education services is actually the most significant service we have to India. There's 88,000 Indian students studying in Australia, many of whom study in STEM fields. And then recently one of our premier universities, Deakin Universities, has announced it will be the first international player to set up an international university campus in Gift City in India, and that will be focusing on digital technologies and things like science and engineering as well. So I think it just shows the strength of our education partnership, that we can exchange our talent across borders between Australia and India.
Thank you. So you mentioned about the core technology in Sydney and the research groups out there. India has set up the National Quantum Mission, and maybe in the future we'll see some collaboration between the two countries, especially as part of the Quad in every respect. And you mentioned about the high amount of STEM talent coming from India to Australia to study. And Professor Arijit and I both went to grad school in the United States. And I think we can both say that with confidence that no matter where is the research, no matter where is the fab, and no matter where is the chip being designed, there's a bunch of Indian engineers who shall be sitting behind those computers and those tools and making it. Arijit, you have views on that?
Yeah, sure. I think that has always been the case, right? The Indian education system has always been very strong, particularly in STEM, and has produced world-class engineers. So over the last several decades, and for the scale, I think one of the things that that I feel is one of India's strong points is the scale, right? So the workforce that we need is at scale, and India can produce the talent at scale. Some of this workforce will end up being in the US, some of them will end up being in Japan, some in Australia, and some of them will come back, after, let's say, getting their education in other countries or in India and start working in India. So I'm seeing more of this, of more of our students kind of, of Indian origin being all over the world and contributing to the semiconductor industry in various ways. So I think that will continue to be the trend. And in one of the things that I keep on saying at least in the US is, more of the students in the US also need to kind of study engineering. I think there is a very strong sense that, the Indian engineers are doing so well. I think the other countries also kind of, the engineers in their domestic, whatever countries, also need to kind of, collaborate better. I think we can work research and education together. So I think we'll be all winners if we can do that.
Thank you. So we have Professor Ajit saying with confidence that the Indian engineers shall power the semiconductor juggernaut of the world. Mike here welcomed Indians in the talent pool in the United States. But I'm a little confused. Recently, Cato Institute, also in the United States, published a report that if you came to the United States on a work visa like the H-1B to work in semiconductors, and you had an advanced degree and you applied for a green card, in the employment-based category, one of them, for advanced degrees, the waiting period only for Indians is about 150 years? Is that correct? And if that is, are we thinking, is it hereditary from father to son, or are we expecting reincarnation and rebirth in the United States? Or am I misreading it in some way?
Or a digital avatar.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go, yeah.
No, thanks for raising that. And anytime that I speak with Indians, we get talking about visas, and I'm actually really happy to talk about it because there's such desire to travel to the United States, and there's multiple paths to do it. So I appreciate opening up this topic. If you start in the beginning of how people first get to the US, you look just at total number of visas. I'm very proud that out in Mumbai earlier this year, we hit a point where just our consulate in Mumbai became the second busiest visa issuing post for the United States in the world. We brought in extra resources, 45 temporary duty staff from around the world. We started a few innovative solutions that we had never done anywhere else to do back office processing for Indians for visa renewals. And what that got us to is a point where this summer, for students who are trying to go to the US, by the beginning of July, we had already seen every single Indian student across India who wanted to be able to make that first step to get to the United States so they could get there for the beginning of the fall semester. We're trying to make sure that that pipeline is gender diverse. We're trying to make sure that more women are applying not only for STEM fields, but for fields across the spectrum. And then the next question is, okay, you go to study. Now you've got your studies, and maybe you convert to an H-1B technical worker visa. It's practical and efficient to be able to renew that visa to remain in the United States without having to travel. If you're already in the Bay Area, why come all the way back from the United States to India just to renew your visa? And something we announced during the historic visit of Prime Minister Modi to Washington last month is that we're now, for Indians, going to pilot a program where you'll be able to renew that visa inside the United States. That's great. The next step is what you're talking about with the EB2, to see if you can convert an employment-based classification to a green card. And that's numerically limited around the world. And I'll acknowledge that it is a long wait.
For India?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's not the only way to be able to work in the United States. Most of our countries that offer student visas have an optional practical training period to work afterwards, and that period's twice as long in the United States if you're working in a STEM field. You can work as the H-1B, and now with this program that we're doing for US-based renewals, you can remain on, and then that EB2 facility remains open. What we're trying to do across the board is to see also through joint degree programs. My Australian counterpart was mentioning the interest of international universities to come here. I've seen dozens in the last year of US universities who are interested in doing twinning or joint degree programs between the US and India, so that an Indian student more cheaply and quickly can do maybe a 3+2 or a 4+1 and get degrees both from an Indian institution and from a US institution to make them even more qualified. more quickly and cheaply to work into the labor market.
Thank you. So, going to another topic in here, semiconductors is a cyclical business. We go through periods of oversupply and undersupply in the demand. We just had the issue with COVID, with the automobile industry internationally feeling a crunch. There were supply lines and production lines which was stopped. Now, with almost every major country putting in an initiative, $52 billion in the United States, $47 billion in the EU, and a similar amount in Japan, is there a possibility we might end up with an overcapacity and an oversupply in the near future in the manufacturing sector? Any of you care on the Kyoko-san, yeah?
Thank you. Well, I think Japan has considered a similar thing very recently, and we have concluded with EU an MOU for the cooperation on the semiconductor sector. And in that MOU, there is information sharing clause on the subsidies that the both are providing for the semiconductor sector, and with the thought that if those subsidies, this kind of government assistance is not provided coordinated way, may induce the overproduction of the some kind of material, some chips, etc. So we will create the information sharing system on that and try not to have the grid to surplus on this kind of the failure of the market. And also we will create between Japan and EU, create the early warning mechanism for the disruption of the supply of the semiconductor, in order not to have for example, the shutdown of the factories during the disaster or the pandemic. So to prepare for that.
Can you, yeah. Thank you, Kyoko-san. Mike, would you like to?
Yeah, absolutely, thank you. Using a very similar approach to my Japanese counterpart, we've looked at what we can do through the CHIPS Act funding. This is $52 billion. We very much have the philosophy that we want to support the entire world ecosystem on this, especially among like-minded partners and friends. We're not looking to wall off any one country, certainly not our own, from the global market. And the idea is, what can we do to friend shore, to bring to a country like India or others some of this capacity so that there are multiple centers. To the question of gluts or shortages, we've got $500 million set aside in the CHIPS Act over the coming 5 years to study with like-minded partners and set up a near real-time system to track the supply chains and the vulnerabilities that might exist. Our goal is to make sure that we can create that secure, resilient supply chain. One thing that came up this week in the discussions that we're very impressed by and we applaud is the way that India is looking at production-linked incentives for who will take the offtake of that production. Because the companies ultimately are the ones that need to make the commercial decision. We're only setting the operating conditions for success. And the way that India is using PLIs to make sure to attract that offtake ecosystem. So if something's produced, what kind of components are going into, which industry, maybe electric vehicles, solar panels, advanced electronics, that will help ensure the health of the overall industry. And I think helps smooth out some of those spikes and dips that might otherwise come?
Well, so from Jersey shores to Chennai shores, we can have a friend-shoring out there between us. And as Kyoko-san talked about the information sharing, I can say beyond doubt, the IT infrastructure to make that information exchange would be done by some Indian company. So it would be easy to come on board and also be part of that information sharing between the larger group, as Mike just talked about it, not about stonewalling any country. In that context, when we say that we want to have all the countries going in, if I look at the dissection of the $52 billion of the CHIPS Act, I understand $8 billion is demarcated for manufacturing. Is that correct? I think it's around it. And India, in its semiconductor mission, has put together $10 billion, of which the whole could go into manufacturing. So we are neck and neck of the 8 and 10. Maybe there is a possibility of further collaboration on the manufacturing sector, and we can have more of the manufacturing of the fabs with the United States and India?
Well, I think the first step to figure out where we go on this has already been taken. In March, our Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, signed a memorandum of understanding with Minister Piyush Goyal to commit to determining exactly what you're talking about. How can we put each of our nation's resources towards new commercial opportunities, towards R&D, and towards skilling? And through that, there are subcommittees to determine exactly how we can collaborate and coordinate between our countries to create those business opportunities. I know that the studies are going on that. There's been an initial report that's come out, and I think in the fall, there's the expectation that our two countries together will be able to make a proposal to say, here's exactly where we want to focus on to take this forward.
Oh, fantastic. So, like Nikkei Asia carried an article recently that the information sharing was between US, Japan, and the EU. So in the very near future, we could see India also on that table, because, as I said, under the table, the connections in the IT sector is being done by the Indians. so so we just need to come from under the table to over the table, and we would be part of the system there. Also, on the higher end of technologies, in the EUV sector, where we talked about the 5 nanometer and below, there's a lot of national pride in those technologies. And it is usually seen that such strategically controlled technologies are not bought and sold, but they are bartered. So if we look from the perspective of individual countries, what are the areas you would think in Indian technology and raw material landscape would be a good exchange for a critical technology of the high-end semiconductors between your country and India? Kyoko-san, would you hazard a try?
Okay. Well, what I would like to say is that the barter is, if we look from the government point of view, of course, talent and maybe manufacturing capacity in India. But of course, this is very complex system with the private companies which decide, each companies decide with their market, the mechanism. And of course, barter, what we as Japanese industries as a whole interested right now is the people, Indian people, the talent that you already have, and you are very active anywhere. And we are also trying for the cutting edge technology, maybe together. So in that sense, we could collaborate in the R&D or in some manufacturing part as well. And as you said, right now, about the NIOM, for example, this kind of raw material and the equipment that Japan has strength, this part will be the thing that we could provide to you for the thing you would like. So this is the barter between talent, Indian talent, and our manufacturing ability. But of course, this is just the whole big picture and of today, and the tomorrow, what will happen, what will be changed, and we would anyway. What the basis is that we have sharing the value, and we consider that India is the good partner for in this sector, this critical and emerging technology area. So in that basic context, we could discuss in which part and in which element we could collaborate on.
Thanks. Mike, so we've already talked about the talent pool sector of collaboration that is already going on and could further grow. What other sectors do you think a collaboration on the barter perspective that we just talked about, do you think would be a good opportunity space for the Indian industry to look at?
Yeah, the areas where we would look would be the industries that are going to use those chips, and the booming industries around the world right now in that, where the technology is still being developed and will lead the world in this 21st century, is clean energy transition. So I'm thinking about battery storage, energy storage, electric vehicles, space, quantum, and artificial intelligence. These are the areas that we're focusing on through ICET, the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies. I think India already, with the great work that it's done in its auto cluster, has the opportunity to grab a lot of capacity in the electric vehicle sector. We're putting money in from our side into development of the solar panel sector. I'm very impressed with what India does at scale, as the professor was talking about, especially in finance, leading the world with some of the tools that India already has through the India stack. Delivering and developing these tools in a way that respects IP and privacy and can be shared with the world, I think is a real growth area for India. And the components, the fundamental foundational chips that can drive all of that are intertwined with the applications, I think could be a real area for Indian growth and leadership, and can frankly help deliver to the entire world, again, this values-based, democratically based and driven vision that India does so well at home here. And that's why we're so happy to collaborate with India, because and with our other partners on this stage, because our technology is enabling our democracy, which is enabling the technology. It's a very nice synergy. So some of these things that I just mentioned would be where I think we could go best in the future.
Thank you, Mike. I think you hit the nail with the fact of acknowledging the large scale at which India has proven itself to be able to handle. And I think it deserves a specific term to say that this is the scale, because if I'm correct with my statistics, on the population side, India adds the whole population of Australia every year. There's a similar statistic, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right, Georgina?
Yes, I think that sounds about
so
right.
we have a complete new Australia coming into India, and so we have a juggernaut scale. So I think going forward, when we talk about Indian technologies can handle scale, it's a different scale altogether. We should say juggernaut scale. So we handle JS scale technologies. You want to add to that from an Australian perspective on the exchange?
Yeah, just to say, I mean, I think India is rightly proud of its tech talent here, and I think the world looks at it very jealously. One of the things I always note when I'm talking to my Australian colleagues is that while we're focused on gender equality in STEM in Australia, India actually has much better stats and much better stats than a lot of Western countries on women in tech. It's not to say that there aren't still challenges, but it's something that I think we can look to learn from India. I know many Australian companies come to India to set up R&D facilities, and our biggest semiconductor company in Australia that produces the most semiconductors, Morse Micro, has set up an R&D facility in Bengaluru. So we're so lucky to partner with India on the tech talent side. And then, as the Honourable Minister for External Affairs said in his speech today, we also have a close partnership on critical minerals, which are essential for semiconductors, and then more broadly, as well as my colleague was saying, for the green energy transition, for things like batteries and electric vehicles as well. So there's great collaboration there. And it's just truly wonderful to be in India at a time when the Australia-India relationship, as well as the Quad relationship, is just really on an incredible upwards trajectory. In the last 5 years, my colleagues at home can't believe just the amount of collaboration across the board, including particularly on cyber and critical technologies, and the key areas of interest for us that we share with India. Often we think about quantum technologies, artificial intelligence, next generation telecommunications like 5G and 6G, as well as biotechnology, and I think there's a lot more we can do in those areas going forward.
Thank you. I can't believe it. Georgina just said that they are jealous of India in a few things. She used the J word in a different sense. So I really like the fact that India is now at a stage where countries like Australia are jealous of us. And yes, a little loudly, please. And it's all the hard work of everybody in the industry, in the policy making, in the government, and the students who are sitting up there. You have to work hard to make everybody else jealous as well. So work hard. And Professor Arijit, on that point, you want to share something about the efforts that you are doing a little more in the talent development in that part of the supply chain?
Sure, yeah.
Keep it short because we're coming to the end of
Sure,
time.
so I'll keep it short. So I think the first wave of India's contribution to semiconductors was most on the design side, design of chips, design of packages, systems, software systems, and so on. I see the second wave of India's contribution is going to be on manufacturing, manufacturing of silicon, manufacturing of packages and packaging systems, substrates, and all of that. I think the three things that come together to make that happen would be the government, I think, which is happening. Academia needs to come together, and then with the corporations, with companies, right? When all three come together, we can have manufacturing and a very vibrant research community that thrives. So I think we are at that point in India where I clearly see the second wave of innovation happening in India in semiconductors. The other thing which is also very eye-opening is India as a market is also expanding quite a bit. Particularly, there's a huge demand for chips locally in India as well. So not only in design but manufacturing, very specific materials, very specific kinds of systems that you want to build. There would be a market in India itself. So I think overall, from my perspective, and I've been in this industry for more than 20 years now, so from my perspective, I clearly see the India's contribution is kind of, it's like this is a point of inflection. So, going from design to more of manufacturing to playing with the big players in the really hard business of building things. So I think that's very, very encouraging.
Thank you. So as we come to the end of our panel discussion here, I think some points resonate with all, that we are all together as a team in this. We have to share resources, collaborate further. India provides a lot of talent and a lot of raw material in other areas where there's more room for collaboration going forward. There are countries who would like to collaborate further, and there's some who are jealous. And we have a roadmap to build the future together going forward. Any extra points that any of you would like to add?
Just to say, I think that events like this are exactly not only what India and like-minded countries need, it's what the world needs. So I applaud India's leadership on pulling this together. And I believe that events like this and the talent that's in this room and in our countries can help us achieve our ambitions. So, bahut bahut shukriya, dhanyavad, Ramanandri.
Thank you. Do we have time for a few questions? One, two, okay. Any questions in the audience? One there. Could someone pass them a mic? Please introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. Vijay Raghunathan from Purdue University. Thank you for a great panel. Question I had, and Mike, you briefly touched upon this, is as the various countries, India, the US, and Japan, and others, set about their policies on subsidies, can we also have some talk, and would love to hear any of the panelists' thoughts on this. How do we make sure this is not a race to the bottom in terms of subsidizing or over-subsidizing each other? That's one. And the second part to that question is, as each of these countries also stands up their advanced research centers, whether it is the ISRC that India is talking about, or the LSTC, or the NSTC in the US, can we also think about some strategic cooperation on the R&D side between these research leading edge, I guess, national level research consortiums or corporations to really get the research innovation engine jump-started on a global scale? Thanks.
Mike, you want to?
No, thank you, Vijay. I appreciate the work that you're doing through Purdue, Georgia Tech, and others to lead the way. And what came out in our skilling roundtable that we held yesterday with about 50 partners from across industries and sectors is the need for a consortium-based thinking. However that gets shaped, that'll be developed. But the idea is, if we're like-minded in our goals and our ambitions and our values, then we should also most efficiently align and assign our resources. And we have some ways to do this as we look into the future. One of the best things that we can do, we've started through the Association of American Universities, which is a collection of leading research universities. I know Purdue and Georgia Tech are part of that. We invited them down to India. There was just the meeting back in the US earlier this month, leading Indian universities going there. And it's not meant to be exclusive, but it's meant to at least set the agenda on what the research needs to be. Because among like-minded countries, we don't all need to do everything. And I think if we align our resources in that way, we'll be better off. And then as we look at the industries that we want that to feed into, I think it's important to prioritize. And the leadership has been sending a clear signal. We need to prioritize on certain industries that are going to help us with clean energy transition. They're going to help us with biotechnology, with AI and quantum that will facilitate the future.
That's important, that AI be a little more inclusive. I remember, my name is Anshuman, but back in the day when there were new systems which had come in Microsoft Word, they would autocorrect my name from Anshuman to anti-human. So I'm good. I'm looking forward to the AI growing further. Kyoko-san or Georgine, you want to add to his point anyway? Good. Next question.
Hello. So,
please introduce yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Deven from master student at IIT Gandhinagar. So we all know how TSMC increased the geopolitical gravity of Taiwan, and also Jaishankar she mentioned about the cheap war things. So the question is, what are geopolitical views of all of you while collaborating with India?
Can you repeat the last part of the question? What are the views on?
What are geopolitical views of all of you while collaborating with India?
Geopolitical views. Mike, any one of you?
Thank you. I think that's a very good question, and it's probably the question that put this panel together is, what are the geopolitical imperatives for things like semiconductor as well as other critical technologies. And I think what we all know is that it's important to have diverse and secure and trusted supply chains, not only on semiconductors, but on a range of other technologies. It's a very complex world, and it's even more important to be working with countries like India bilaterally, but also unilaterally through organisations like the Quad, where we can work together and work for, an Indo-Pacific and a world that is open and secure and prosperous and respects sovereignty. And we know that technology is more and more underpinning our security and prosperity going forward.
Mike?
Yeah, my Australian counterpart said it very well. I think when you look at the recent history, whether it's semiconductors and the vulnerability that comes from having too few producers, if you look at food and fuel, you look at the effects of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, you can see where risks come from having resources concentrated in too few channels. And when we look at semiconductors, the topic of this today, the clear strategic imperative is exactly as my counterpart said, to advance diversity, resiliency, and security of the supply chain so that we can achieve that global vision that we all have the ambition for. It's free and prosperous and open and secure.
Thank you. Last question. Are we done? Oh, a lady out there?
There's one lady here. There's one lady here.
Oh, yes, please.
So for excellent panel, thank you, Mr. Anshuman Tripathi. And I was so heartened to see about the gender parity, especially on this panel. My question is, as a venture capitalist, investing in the development of semiconductor and other ecosystem in India, especially looking at Quad, what assurance or insurance policy or buffer do we have that if the relationship with the country north of India changes, that the coming together, this convergence that is taking place, would not detrimentally impact the building of this ecosystem in India? Thank you.
You'd start? Okay.
Yeah, so someone wise earlier in my career said, those who try to look into a crystal ball are destined to eat broken glass. So I'm not going to try to guess what's coming. But what I can say is the fundamental values that India, the US, and our partners here on stage share, those have been in place for decades, centuries. I learned this as a student in India. It was, just as I was a student here, it was an Indian student who went to Columbia University, who came back to India and wrote the Indian Constitution. Baba Saheb Ambedkar started it with the same 3 words as our US Constitution, we the people. And that vision for a basis of a democracy, of a society that's inclusive and democratic, is shared among all of our countries. I see that only strengthening. And geopolitics will move. It's part of the fact of life, but those values won't change. And the enabling technology for the world that we seek that represents those values is going to be the factor that we need in the coming centuries. So I feel confident, very much so, based on our history and our shared values.
Thanks. Just to add to that, as he's confident about the technologies, I'm absolutely confident that no matter where is the fab, where is the materials, wherever is the design, it's an Indian engineer who shall be engineering it all. Thank you so much for an excellent panel. Thank you so much, Kyoko-san, Mike, Georgina, and Arjun. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for the words of wisdom and also the assurance given by you. Thank you so much once again. Sir, your phone, please. Sir, sir, your phone. We now move ahead with our next session, next wave of design innovation. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, 5G, quantum computing, and biotechnology, among others, are poised to revolutionize the socio-economic setup for the economy. India is now prepping for the critical cutting-edge technologies, and we shall wait for just 2 minutes for now for the stage setup. Thank you. Are you guys done? So we shall now bring to you a panel discussion on emerging technologies, opportunities, and challenges. I, with pleasure, would like to call upon stage Sri Santosh Kumar, Texas Instruments, as a moderator. Welcome, sir. Along with him, we have Ms. Jaya Jagadish, AMD. Welcome, ma'am. Shri Hitesh Garg, NXP Semiconductors. Welcome, sir. Shri Udayan Ganguly, IIT Mumbai. Welcome, sir. Shri Santosh Kumar, our moderator, is VP Texas Instruments and President and MD in India. Prior to this, he was business manager responsible for ADAS, Autonomous Driver Assistance Systems, and video business based out of Dallas, Texas, USA. He has over 20 years of product development and general management expertise over multiple roles in TI. I would request Santoshi to take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I would definitely start by congratulating METI, ISM, and
Gentlemen out there and everyone who is networking, I request you to kindly take up your seats, please. We shall have the networking time during the lunch. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Department of Science and Technology, Gujarat. Wonderful job here. I can't believe on a Sunday, you guys are all excited and hear about emerging technologies, right? Thank you. It's an honor to be here. It's extremely an honor to be here amongst great panelists, right? Between them, not just the number of years of experience, you can figure it out by some of us sitting over here, but more importantly, every year, multiple billions of devices in the world are actually pushed out by the teams that these people are leading. Between them, I think I'm fairly sure 100 plus patents that they all have, but more importantly, thousands of patents in the world we have actually created with the teams over here, right? So with that brief one, I will definitely introduce the panel. Just give me a minute, I'm just pulling up. I'll start with Jaya. Jaya Jagadish, you've seen her, heard her multiple times here and other forums. Country head and senior vice president of AMD India. She started practically AMD India several years back, and you saw how AMD India is going to play a very critical role in worldwide AMD being the largest design center. right? She has built a very strong team on CPUs as well as accelerators that AMD India is doing. Just last year, she has been awarded Rising Woman of Influence by Global Semiconductor Alliance, and there is no better leader than that here in India to get that award. I will go to teacher. When professors are there, they definitely need respect, but of course after women. Uday Ganguly, right, his research interests are in semiconductor device physics, processing technologies for advanced memory and computing, neuromorphic systems. He has authored 50 plus journal articles, 90 plus conference things, and 25 plus patents over here. After bachelor's in IIT Madras and MS and PhD from Cornell, he also spent some time in applied materials before coming back here. I am extremely proud that the kind of things that he does for improving the infrastructure for Semiconductor Chandigarh, several work he has actually done. Of late, just last year, he won the Abdul Kalam Technology Innovation National Fellowship Award. So honored to be here sharing a stage with him. My friend Hitesh Garg, India Country Manager for NXP Semiconductor Systems, and is leading the business operation for all of the 4 sites that NXP has over here. In his technical role, he's responsible for building world-class products. He has got 25 plus years of experience in analog, mixed signal, digital, and all of that. But more importantly, I would actually welcome here because he started his career in our own Semiconductor Congress, SCL Chandigarh. Right? So welcome to all the panelists for a wonderful session here. My job is to quickly give a opening comment with respect to why we do really do have a panel like this and why are we really discussing this, right? First thing, semiconductor market is really going well. For example, when world population is growing at the rate of 1%, right? It's been like that for quite some time. We are actually growing the business at 8 to 10% every year, consistently for the last 20 years. And our projections for the next 10 or 20 years is even higher than the thing that we have done. We have actually seen when I have started development of products, right? It used to take 4 to 5 years for the product that we used to do to get into automotive industry. These days, when you really go, you can actually see some of the products are getting absorbed into the industry in less than 2 years of time, which means that the speed of adoption of these technologies have gone really, really well, which is a very, very great thing to do, right? We look at this market in primarily auto, which is growing at 20%, and some of these numbers I'm quoting are all worldwide numbers. You can assume almost all these numbers in India numbers are at least 2x compared to worldwide growth. Of course, our base is small, but we should really look at it that the rate of growth for us is really, really good. The other one which is really on a fire now is enterprise. Everything that is really happening over there, really growing well, and Jaya will spend a lot more time to talk about why that's such an interesting market for us to look at it. There are also other segments like communications growing really well, personal electronics really happening. And another interesting segment is what we call as industrial, right, where there is medical, home electronics, so many things combined together, but a very, very large portion where there should be a lot of presence for products designed out of India, right? So all of them are really, really great things happening. So what is the relevance of R&D when things are actually going well, right? There is one thing that is happening. As semiconductor companies, when we meet customers, we are able to get a projection of what product that customers want for maybe a year or 2 max. And these are some of the best customers where we have the best of the relationships, right? The reason why they are not able to predict what is likely to happen beyond 2 years or 3 years is simply because, right, it's a very dynamic market. The kind of products that we are developing now is very different than what we used to think that we will develop 7 or 8 years back. So it's a very dynamic market, changing really well. And a lot of responsibility for the change is coming down straight on semiconductor companies to go back and see what can be done. We look at innovations here in 3 primary segments. First one is technology driven, right? The best of the engineers sit in a room and think, what can we really do that we are not done? A classic example is that a few years back when we put together the first CMOS multi-millimeter wave, which is 77 gigahertz, we had no idea that we will actually use in automotive. We had no idea this is going to be automotive radar. We did not really know we can actually use it to measure the heart rate of somebody sitting in a car. We had no idea that you can actually put it around in our car and measure the distance to the next car when we really open the door. So it's technology-driven innovation, not market-driven. Then there is other class of innovation which is completely market-driven. Today, we are all working in several teams to figure out how can we reduce or increase the efficiency that's happening in servers by 2%. Think about the impact in so many servers when power efficiency is increased by 2%. Look at the heat that is actually, and we are operating about 95% today on efficiency, and we have to just take it to 97 or 98. Look at the less heat that we will produce. Look at the higher reliability that these solutions will really have, right? So it's completely market-driven. There is a demand coming from the system. Then there is also the standards-driven. We are looking at it on what can be done in I3C. We are looking at it on what can be really done with 6G. So many standards, which is standards-driven. These are the three primary classes of innovations that you can actually see. When we look at products, at least two of these three, when we really have on a product, it's going to be successful. We may not have all three, and we may not even need all three. But at least two of the three, if you really have it in a product, it is going to be a very successful product, right? And several of these people have done several successful products. So why is the relevance of all of this? Is because the time to do these products is actually going up. Earlier, when we used to do for 18 months a product, right from scratch, today we are at least taking 3 years to develop a product. Earlier, we could actually put together a smaller team of maybe 30, 40, 50 people. Today, you are talking about hundreds of people cutting in several geographies, sitting and doing this job, right? And cost of a failure, earlier it used to be $10, $20 million is the cost of a failure, while the returns are really huge. Cost of a failure, either in a delay or even a re-PG that we have to do, is significantly higher, $100, $200 million. So how do we really look at a very fast-growing market and really think about it in not really running it like a 100-meter race, right? How do we prepare ourselves for a marathon so that we can actually be successful in the long run, is what several of these leaders have actually done for several years, right? With that introduction, that I will actually go into specific questions with each of the leaders. I will definitely start with Jaya, right? Jaya, we have heard a lot about AMD, what it's doing. We've also seen how market is really, really going on fire on enterprise, right? And you have been leading that segment for a long time now in India for AMD. Can you please tell what are some of the key innovations that you've actually seen, and more importantly, what we would likely to see in the next several years?
Thank you, Santosh. I think the challenges of our industry was very well articulated by you. And enterprise space is not something that's separated out from these challenges. It's a rapidly growing industry, and we do have a lot of challenges. So while there is a need for increased performance generation to generation, there is also a need to reduce the cost, reduce the power, and also meet the aggressive demands of the customers, where, as you said, what used to take designs, we would have the luxury of probably spending about 2 years on perfecting a design, but we now are asked to do the same in half that time. And the challenges are huge. So again, some of the driving factors for the growth are well known to us: digital transformation, increased data processing and data analytics, IoT, blockchain, methodology, and of course the all-pervasive AI, and not to leave out virtual reality and augmented reality. As we see advancements in all of these areas, that just increases the rapid growth in the servers or the data centers. And of course, these kind of growth or requirements have led to many challenges as well, and we can't forget the need for the 3 S's, which are security, sustainability, and scalability. So whenever we have challenges, we do have innovations. That's the beautiful part of the industry. So there have been several innovations in the data centers or in the server space that have enabled us to overcome some of these challenges. A few of them that I can mention are server virtualization, that actually presents the compute resources in a virtual software form, and it allows multiple users to be mapped based on the requirements and not really dedicated servers per user. And another leading technology is the edge computing, where the processing power of the end devices is actually added to the processing power of the CPU, thus making the servers more efficient and optimized. And we also have hybrid clouds picking up, that allows a lot more security and offers public and private space depending on the sensitivity and criticality of the data that's being processed. And scalability is a huge factor to meet the demand. And we have hyperscale data centers that are coming up, where every component can be replaced, and you don't have to replace the entire server. So that offers a large scalability factor. And of course, we have artificial intelligence, where algorithms are helping hugely to optimize and make our data centers highly efficient. So these are some of the efficiencies or innovations that have come up with the data centers. Now, doubling down to the system level. There have been several innovations on that front as well. And one of the most important ones are heterogeneous computing and use of accelerators. The CPU bandwidth is extremely strained. And no matter what we do, it's difficult to keep the power at check. And also CPU can become a bottleneck for many of the data processing. So we have heterogeneous computing, where CPU is not just your only processor in the system. You do have co-processors like the GPUs and also the data processing units that offload the workloads from the CPU and process the necessary data that's needed. So this also helps us in reducing the power in the systems. And talking about DPUs or data processing units, this is something that's kind of gaining significance by the day. And it's also a processing unit that can offload data-centric workloads from the CPU, and it's gaining huge popularity. And the interconnects become very important in controlling the latency in the systems. And the latest addition to this is the CXL, Compute Express Link. So this is a high-capacity, high-bandwidth interconnect, and it also helps in maintaining memory coherency between the CPU and the end devices. That opens up a larger memory space for the system. So all of these, and of course, many more that are going on and yet to come, have definitely helped us increase the efficiency and optimizations of our server space. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaya. When Professor Tumala Rao yesterday talked about systems, you actually heard Jaya say so many things, right? Edge computing, virtualization, security. While these are semiconductor problems, it is also absolutely system problems and software problems that we are addressing every day at work, right? Hitesh can actually talk about lots of domains. His company works on several domains, right? But because of the importance that we see for automotive market, in India particularly, everything that's happening in the segment and a lot of innovations and complete designs happening from there. Hitesh, can you spend some time to talk to us on what are your, how do you see the future from an automotive perspective?
Thank you, Santosh. I think you made a very nice opening remark. You said there are three things which are driving us to innovate. So one is the technology trend, one is the market trend, and the third is the standards. So I see there's a fourth one, and which is called mega trend. So sometimes, right, for us in semiconductor, the path is not very clear that where we are going to go. So our customers are not clear. I would say the ecosystem is not yet ready. So then we turn to the mega trend. Okay, how do we would like to see the world after 10 years? And in some cases, our decisions are driven by those kind of thoughts. And exactly automotive industry is driving on that thought. So one is CO2 reduction. We would like to see less and less CO2 by our vehicles. So that is one of the mega trend which is driving electric vehicles today. Second is autonomy. How can we reduce accidents? How can we save human lives? So autonomy plays a very, very important role. That's another mega trend which is driving all the innovation in automotives. So I think taking these clues, so these are the basic mega trend, then we are building. Third is connectivity, right? So we are talking about how can we be more safe, how can we, so if your car is traveling somewhere, how can we store the data in the cloud? So those kind of things. So taking forward these three mega trends, we are building technologies. In autonomous driving, we have, earlier it was radar or LiDAR, which was very costly. Now we are coming with radar technologies, which are very, very cheap and effective and very, I would say, weather-proof, those kind of technology. So that's one on ADAS. Connectivity, of course, we are talking about vehicle-to-vehicle connectivity. We are talking inside cars. So earlier, there were only CAN, LIN, FlexRay, 10K, 100K kind of connectivity. But now we are talking about gigabit, like gigabit, 10 gigabit kind of Ethernet running inside the car. The third is, since we are having these sensors, we are having these autonomy, we need to have stronger processors inside the car. So we are having edge processors, we are having zonal processors, we are having domain processors. So high-end processing needs because of autonomous car needs. So that's how we are evolving, right, based on these needs. Then you talk about electrification. So we need to have battery packs. We want these battery packs to be very, very effective. So that's driving us to be very effective in the BMS area, battery management system. How can we be very effective in the battery management? So this is what I see is, and also infotainment. When people are in the car, so they would like to be connected to the world, they would like to talk to their families, and so how can we be also enjoying when we are traveling? So that's another thing which is kind of asking us to build these solutions. The last is on the safety. How are we, if my car is traveling, so we talk about new trend called digital twin for the car, right? Whatever data that when the car is driving is being captured in the cloud. Any diagnostic. So your car is having a digital twin in the cloud, which is having exactly the same, you can say, things which your car is experience are stored in the cloud. So these are the advancements which are coming as we see now. So 10 years down the line where we are, so I think we can all guess. But from the technology or from the execution standpoint, we are building low-cost radar solutions. We are building the high-end processors in 3 nanometer, 5 nanometer. So as Jaya mentioned, so right, so for the, so one is on the computing needs for the home market or for the server market. But in the automotive is another big market where we need high-end, high compute. And also the architectures are changing. So the automotive guys are coming to us. The OEMs, the Audis and the BMWs of this world, they are coming to us and they say, dear NXP or dear you Semi guys, can you please tell us how the future architectures of the car will look like? Means they are asking us that how do we partition the domains? So earlier what we were having in the car, it was all a flat architecture. Then we went to a domain-based architecture, and now we are talking about zone-based architecture. So more and more compute capacity, how we divide the architectures, and that is helping us to develop a complete new thinking. So we are thinking about software-defined vehicles. So our vehicles are going to be fully software-defined, and it's a complete paradigm change. So what we used to have, right, for any function inside a car, we used to put a box, we used to put a dabba. Now, that's not the case. So what we want is a flat car architecture or a well thought about future-proof car architecture, and how do we enable those features by software. So that's a new trend which is coming. So I think automotive is going to be the killer market in next 5 to 10 years. And India has a lot of opportunity because we are the third largest automotive market. And I think we can start from the drawing board. We need not to see what West has done or German industry has done, European industry has done in last 15, 20 years. We can start from scratch, knowing or looking at these brand new architectures and grow from here. So I see great opportunities for semiconductor as well as electronic industry in automotive.
Wonderful opening on auto. You would have noticed he actually covered several technologies, RF technologies, chemical, metallurgy, what we have to do with high precision, high performance, right? And he also covered about boxes, right? Practically how multiple boxes are actually becoming singular boxes with zonal architecture, right? So many innovations really happening and happening at a very, very fast pace. Thank you, Hitesh. Now, I move on to Udayan sir. So one of the interesting things that we hear whenever a bunch of industry people meet, they come back and say that, look, industry is doing okay, but you know what, in academics, they're lagging, right? They're not up to speed. How can we bring them up, right? But when we really go back, we hire some of the best people from the same places, right? We actually hire from the campuses, from the colleges. What is happening over here? What are the places where we know for sure academia is much ahead than industry, And I would really like us to hear some examples where academia is leading the industry directly from here in India. Thank you, then.
Santosh, thank you. So celebrating successes, yesterday there was a panel about startups, and a lot of the startups essentially came from TI's door. So something to learn from Santosh and what he's feeding his engineers. Jaya, of course, on a panel, she led the talent development. So your talent point, she's probably a better person to answer. Hitesh, had a background at SCL. It was fun to have a quick chat. There are folks from SCL here. Another success, have maintained a technology line here and grown. So, and, produce people like Hitesh. So clearly, that there is that engine. Lots of my friends I can see here from Indian academia, from ministry, people from universities, very small world. So, we are a little different because we are pushing technology. And we are at a much more nascent stage compared to where you guys are and where you have sort of, cracked into the business space, made money. And that's where the economic engines kick in. We are little, before that point, and if today's, event is any judge, we are going to rush into this activity with people going and doing technology. So when, we came back about 2010, and a bunch of us did, our goal was to have experimental facilities and run experimental research in India and take it to a point where it would be world-class. In the process, a lot of us, people from IISc, Vasu, others, we would worry about gases, we would worry about, probe tips, hardware. During this process, one of the things we did, I was an editor for EDL, Electron Device Letters, and I saw a report which said that India is number 9 in the number of publications by volume going into a top journal, right? And then you're sort of, you're fighting everyday fires, you're surprised, like, what the hell is this? Is this real? I mean, is this a calculation mistake? Academics, suddenly get curious, right? So I got one of my students and a friend of ours, Swaroop, to run the numbers. We did numbers for 15 years. And we got some fantastic trends. We did it for transactions of electron devices, which is the core journal. India is number 3, right? So people who think that, India in the research domain, what is it that we are doing wrong? We should also think about what is it that we are doing right. And there's a lot of things which we are doing right. There are things that we need to improve, of course. Industry engagement, very, very important. And we'll come to that. But let me talk about a few things. One of the things we decided early on is that, when there is no industry in India, who are the people who have the largest skin in the game? And it's strategic. So people like SCL, people like ISRO, right? So we focused our programs on delivering technologies to these places, gallium nitride, which is a restricted technology. And there are teams at IIT Bombay, there are teams at IISc, there is IIT Madras doing all these things. One-time programmable memory, so leading to secure chips. Again, these are the second thing, from what you talked about, academic research output, translating into something into technology, something that can be used. And within that is the training, right? The students and staff who are doing it towards an end goal. What is missing is the market drive, which you talked about, the second piece. And I'm hoping that becomes part of our education. So I'll pause here.
Good, absolutely. There was a lot of mention about what all things the market will actually drive us. Absolutely, it will drive a lot with academics, right? We'll quickly move a little bit more pace here because I think we have only taken one question each. I'll start with you then again. Very quickly, right? We in the industry actually learn technology all the time. But when you look at it, technology learns from humans, right? Human brain is a place where technology actually learns. Can you give one or two examples where you've actually put that to use and where you've seen technology learning humans?
Thank you, Santosh. This is my favorite topic. So it won't go fast. I'm just kidding. No, so, you know, the idea that, you know, computing can go into supercomputers, large servers, is of course one way to think about it. And then you think, what is the most ideal computer, right? And where are we with respect to that? Do we even know that, right? And the answer is each one of us carrying one between our ears, right? Happens to be 1,000,000 times more energy efficient. So the way I look at it is that all of us have jobs for the next 10 years, right? Because we got to figure out how to make it work. From IIT Bombay, we are working on using something very, very different, which is to, you know, there are standard designers, people who take a MOSFET and use it as a switch. One thing we have done is to use quantum tunneling. We have used this at a very low power switch, sorry, a low power current source. And with Global Foundries as our foundry, we have essentially taped out chips. First silicon that works, we are taping out the second one. It's like an edge compute system. And this is an example of, you know, industry academia collaboration. There are similar examples on emerging technologies. What's interesting now, and this is, you know, typically India would never get access to anything which is on the emerging side. But today, companies are giving us access to their emerging technologies like RAM to tape out. So I think that there's interesting trends.
Very good. We have to be very responsible to the environment and the world, right? When Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam is actually talked by the country, there are several things that we have to do as an industry when we use so many rare earth materials and gold and others in our devices. And we actually make 1 trillion, 1.2, 1.5 trillion devices every year, right? I mean, which is for every person that is living in this planet, we have 150, 160 devices that we make. Can you really talk about something on the sustainability side, where the industry is going?
Yeah, I think, Santosh, so thanks for asking that question. I think it's a very, very important one. So there are two aspects of this question. So one is sustainability means we as semiconductor industry being sustainable, being responsible when we talk about sustainability. So I think what has happened means every company has the sustainability goals that when we will be all carbon neutral, maybe so at least every company, okay, by 2030, 35. So I see most of the companies will be, so we are spending a lot of effort because we talk about fabs, right? Fab consume a lot of resources in terms of power, in terms of water. So how can we reduce those consumption and how can we pay back also to the ecosystem? So that is one part of it. I think everybody is committed and all the new fabs which are going to come in India, they are going to use the green power, more and more solar power. So I think those are the things that we are thinking from upfront. So that's one part of it. The second part of sustainability is that how we are making the society and how we are making our world more sustainable with our technologies. And that's where I would see, now there are some stringent, what you can say, norms coming up in Europe. So I think we are analyzing what it means for us. But looking at a broader sense, I talked about CO2 reduction, right? So that's the trend. So we are moving, so our technologies are moving more and more. How can we reduce the use of the fossil fuel, right? So we are using more and more electric vehicles. Industry, I think how can we create more and more? Industry 4.0 is all about efficiency. How can we track things better? How can we reduce the wastage? How can we track any wastage which is happening at any point in time? Also smart homes. So also if you talk about digital India, right? So we are using minimum paper, right? So we are using our face as a boarding pass. So these are the initiatives which are all based on semiconductor industry, which we are driving the ecosystem to use less and less resources and be more and more efficient. So that's my take on this.
Excellent. Metallurgy, chemical, a lot of those departments which don't really get enough prominence in the country, semiconductors absolutely need them. We saw 10x, 100x, several computations that we actually talked about what is going to happen on the computing space again, right, Jaya? Can you give one or two places where you're seeing a 10x improvement at work?
Well, the demand is much more than that. I'll briefly talk about some of the innovations that are happening in the design space to meet the aggressive demands, whether it's 10x or 15x or 20x. I mean, there are, of course, the list is very long and we don't have time to cover most of it. I'm just going to focus on a couple of innovative design concepts that AMD has definitely adapted, and we are into exascale computing, as most of you know, and power is definitely the most important one. And one of the important innovations is the chiplet architecture with advanced packaging technology, where the design is, rather than having a single monolithic die where there is little control on how you control the bounding box and get the performance with the power, at bay. The design is modularized into chiplets, and we design chiplets, and we use advanced packaging methodologies like the 2.5D or the 3D to package these chiplets together to form one big design entity. And this is a highly innovative, aspect that has brought in a lot of good efficiencies in the chip design.
We have a lot more to talk. I have got the chit, you know what it means. The last question to anyone can actually take. We all want to see an Indian MNC in semiconductors making in the top 5 worldwide. We don't really have it, right? That's a dream that we have been actually keeping. Anyone want to predict when you will have it and what is that we have to do? Quick one, not more than 30 seconds.
Sorry, I could not get your question, friends.
When will we have an Indian MNC in the top 5 for worldwide?
I would say less than 5 years. That's my take on this.
So
I think the pace that we have seen in last 1 year, it can be even 3 years, Santosh. Sorry about that.
Very good, very good. I think 3 to 5 years, we will come back. We're all going to be here looking at it and really recognizing them. I'll just summarize the discussions in less than 30 seconds, right? Problems that we see in semiconductors today are very deep, multi-dimensional. So we got to assemble teams that are multiple disciplines and make sure that we actually address it, not in a very localized way, but in a very broad way using multiple technologies. Continuous improvements is key. While we have good understanding of what we needed to for the next 5 years, we are running a marathon. We got to really keep our muscles strong. So continuous improvement is extremely key. Most importantly, right, we had to compete with ourselves because a lot of these people talked about all of these things, right? We have to compete with ourselves and we have to collaborate with the rest of the world. If you try to compete with the rest of the world, you're not really going to win. We'll actually win when we compete with ourselves. We can be the best of what we're trying to do and we'll collaborate with the entire world to really produce from here. I'm excited to be here and thank you for your time. I don't really have time for questions. All of these leaders will be available in case you want to talk to them later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moderator Sir and the panelists, for that discussion and for bringing light to the aspects of crucial importance in semiconductor technologies. We now move ahead with our next session, which is Catalysing New India's TechAid. India is focusing to lead technological revolution. TechAid is a word close to our heart as we are promoting technological advancements for the economic progress of the nation. We just take 1 minute of yours for the setup to be changed. To have an elaborate discussion on catalyzing New India's decade, we bring to you an interesting fireside chat between Shri Amitabh Malhotra, MD HSBC India, and Shri Ridham Desai, MD Morgan Stanley. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Mr. Amitabh Malhotra is MD, Head of Global Banking for HSBC India. Welcome, sir. Prior to HSBC, he was co-head and managing director with Rothschild India. He has worked in multiple Asian markets, that is Hong Kong, Singapore, China, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, and Sri Lanka. He is a member of the Bank's India Executive, Risk Management and Asset Liability Committee and on the board of HSBC Securities and Capital Markets and Securities Private Limited. Shri Ridham Desai is a managing director of Morgan Stanley with 25 years at the firm. He heads Morgan Stanley's Indian Equity Research Team, which is the top-ranked team in the country. He has been consistently ranked among the best equity market strategists and analysts in the country over his career spanning over 3 decades. He's also part of the advisory board of Project Mumbai, a not-for-profit engaged in the improving lives of Mumbaikas. Gentlemen, I request you to commence the chat. Over to you.
Good morning or good afternoon. It's pretty much close to noon right now. Thank you for having us here. We want to use the time judiciously, so probably we'll just get started quickly. Here are them. Okay, so obviously what we are seeing is being not only noticed but being experienced is the serious amount of initiatives that the government of India is taking right now in order to promote and fuel the economic growth. As part of that is laying a lot of emphasis on manufacturing sector and in terms of enhancing the capability. This is driven by some multiple criteria, whether we have a cost arbitrage benefit coming out of India, whether we have local demand that is there, and in order to feed the global markets to that extent. So there are certain sectors identified, and obviously today's topic is semiconductor, and semiconductor is one of those key sectors which is identified. Now, currently at least, India's capability in this segment is limited to a certain portion of semiconductor industries, and I understand the design part of that is where there is immense amount of existing business focus and good amount of acumen and market share. But in the larger context, and some of the other markets do enjoy a mature status for this, in India, if I may use the phrase, what's the brouhaha about the semiconductor industry? And timing-wise, why now?
Yeah, good morning to everyone. So I think there are, well, I use this phrase, the stars are getting aligned. So India has always had potential, but the coming together of 3 factors, you can almost call it the Triveni Sangam, is happening. So the first factor at play is the multipolar world thesis. At Morgan Stanley, we've been talking about this for almost 5 years now. If you go back to the world of the past 2 or 3 decades, it was a world where production was dominated in China and America was the main consumption center. It was largely a bipolar world. US and China dominated global GDP, global trade. That whole thing is now unraveling. And we are moving into what we characterize as a multipolar world. Production centers are going to get more and more diversified, and consumption is emerging in many places. India is actually very uniquely positioned because it's one of the few places on the planet which is capable of both delivering production as well as consumption. So a lot of multinational companies are seeking to set up shop in India. This is also evident in the discussions that are happening at board meetings. So at Morgan Stanley, we have a proprietary indicator which we call the MNC Sentiment Indicator. In this, we have a machine-powered algorithm which actually reads into the quarterly filings of 3,000 multinational companies globally. And we essentially pick up keywords relating to, say, India, and what is being said about India. The machine has been taught to grade the context, grade the language. And that sentiment indicator is rising like this over the past 3 years. And in fact, it's very similar to what China experienced towards the end of the first decade of this millennium. And what we saw in China's case was this was followed by a very big increase in FDI. So India seems to be very similarly positioned coming out of this first part of the Triveni Sangam, which is the multipolar world thesis. The second thing is about the government's role. So while India is obviously benefiting, there are a lot of countries that provide alternate production sites to China, Vietnam, for example. Why India? So I think here the government has actually played a very important role as a catalyst. And I think the story began somewhere in 2019 when the government announced a major reduction in corporate tax rates. You know, historically, when we have surveyed companies around the world and asked them what is the biggest cost or impediment to doing business in India, tax stood out as a major factor, which is Indian tax rates were very high. So one fine morning in September 2019, India dramatically reduced tax rates on corporates, which had never happened in India's history before. And that set the stage for a much more benign cost structure of doing business in India. Now this was followed through with production-linked incentives, and we were literally throwing tax dollars at companies and encouraging them to set up investments in India. The macro thinking behind this is if companies invest and create manufacturing facilities, they will create jobs. Jobs will create wages and all-round prosperity. The idea that you can fuel prosperity by subsidizing poor people is not quite clearly worked. It essentially leads to inflation. And in fact, ironically, inflation hurts poor people the most. The better way to create all-round prosperity is by creating jobs. And this is, I think the stage has been set for that through the production-linked incentive schemes, which when combined with the multipolar world thesis is a very powerful combination. And here comes the third part of the Triveni Sangam, which is India's own consumption story. So most of you will be aware that India's income pyramid sits something like this. It's a triangle with a very large base of poor people. I mean, make no mistake, India is a very poor country. At any given time, you know, there could be almost 20 crore people in this country who don't get a second meal to eat. We are a poor country. We have only a per capita income average level of $2,300. We're moving forward, but we're still poor. But what's going to happen in the next 10 years is a major transformation to this income pyramid. It's almost getting inverted. And the effect of that is that India is going to create consumption like no other country will be doing in the next 10, 15, 20 years. From the top to the bottom, there's going to be an unfolding of consumption which makes India extremely attractive to multinational companies. In fact, for a lot of these companies, most of their top line growth and earnings in the next 10 years will come from India. In fact, we talk about this. We wrote a report, extensive report on Apple just a couple of weeks ago. Apple will derive a large portion of its revenues from India, and whether Apple beats Wall Street estimates or not will hinge largely on how India does for Apple. So this is a major change for a lot of multinational companies. Now, if you're trying to target this market, if you're trying to access this consumption, what better way to do it than to actually set up a home production facility? And then once you set up a production facility, it is even better to scale it up so that it can export, because scale lends itself to economies. So, you know, Amitabh, to answer your question, I think this Triveni Sangam of multipolar world, of government policy, and of India's consumption changing, I think is the reason why we're very excited about the prospects of the semiconductor industry.
So guys, you heard it. It's Triveni Sangam out here that we are referring to that is going to cause great.
Yeah, so if I may ask you a question, Amitabh, how do you see the financing of all this setup? Do you think that we have the access to the capital? Because enormous amount of capital will be required. You know, just to highlight, we think that the electronics industry, which has, by the way, tripled in the last 8, 9 or 10 years, from 30 billion to 100 billion, is going to probably go up 6 times in the next 10 years to 600 billion. So this will require enormous pool of capital. How do you think we're positioned to access that, and where do you see the position on that?
Sure, Rhythm. Thanks. I mean, it's a very relevant question, especially the ambition and the scale at which we would like to see the semiconductor industry grow to. But to start answering that question, at the onset, I wanted to establish that the sector for us right now is at a nascent stage. I call it a sunrise sector for India. It's not the same for a lot of other markets where this is part of the evolved economy. So sunrise sector or nascent stage, then the next point would be take a cue from where some of the other sectors were where we are here today from a semiconductor. And it's not apples to apples, but I like to pick a sector like renewables energy, okay? Now that's different, it's in manufacturing, but the framework is different. It's got concession behind it, it's got credit support in the form of a SECI NTPC stepping in. But just the fact that about 2 decades ago, if not at least 15 years ago, it was pretty much where we are here right now, where there wasn't a dominant position and we were building it up. And if you were to take some of that kind of learnings from there, that was a new sector for banks in India. I'm talking about Indian banks. So there wasn't a credit assessment history or experience for them. There wasn't a risk analysis framework that, let's say, domestic banks had done. And who stepped up to start with in order to provide liquidity, capital, funding for that? These were multinational banks, foreign banks. And the reason I'm taking it to there, not because I work for HSBC and you work for Morgan Stanley, what I believe is that it's again going to be the multinational banks who are going to initially drive the funding and financing for this sector. Because they, in the other region, in the other market, are already engaging with the players that will start rolling out the manufacturing capability and capacity in India. So they have relationship, they have experience of having financed and funded a fab facility being put somewhere else or a testing facility being put out. So they will draw from that experience or draw from comfort from that sponsor having worked in different market, and they will like to take that further from a point of view of the Indian market is concerned. So the choice of sponsor will also give comfort to provide financing. The nature of financing is going to be pretty much in the multiple forms. So it is going to be a typical term loan that will be extended by the bank. It can be availed in the form of a foreign currency loan or a rupee loan. But I would say external commercial borrowing is going to be a pretty important avenue to draw, as we have seen the others do. Sponsor names are pretty strong. We could also use GIFT as a center to book a lot of these ECBs out of here. I would say that the working capital financing is going to be very typical. It can be provided in the form of typical rupee for a working capital facility, but even trade finance will be an angle through which all the equipment imports, etc. takes place, where working capital solution can be provided. Some of the other angles out here from a financing perspective could be evaluated in the form of export credit agencies. The nature of this industry is such there will be a large amount of equipment imports coming from destination where they already manufacture these machines, these equipment, or the producers. And as it goes typically, those jurisdiction, the export credit agency of those jurisdiction, then provide these soft financing support in the form of a guarantee or direct lending as they're able to do. We've seen that in the telecom industry, where the equipment might be coming from various countries, and you have the Scandinavian ECAs supporting, you have the Korean ECAs that are providing support, and even the Chinese ECAs who might be entering into that. So I think that is going to be another avenue for financing to be made available. Multilaterals and development financial institution can also play a role. I do acknowledge that for a lot of them, it's thematic where they participate. So there is a social angle to a whole lot of them, but there will be a separate driver for that, and they have now drawn comfort in the lending framework, in the risk framework in India, and they work with the domestic banks or foreign banks in order to do that. So I would say that would be also one of the avenue. I've probably given enough on the debt. And as the industry grows and matures a little bit more, then you will find that there will be refinancing or takeout solution in the form of bond market. And today we have a pretty strong foreign currency bond market. We also have a rupee bond market that we can utilize. The rupee market is not that deep yet in India. But I would say we are also missing one more trick, which is the sustainability angle, because there is an ESG angle to here. As long as you have commitments and those benchmarks being achieved, we can do a sustainability loan, a sustainability-linked bond as well here, as we have done in some of the other cases. We recently did that for Biocon and their acquisition for Beatrice. Different industry, but I'm just giving you a flavor. On the equity side, I would say that manufacturing as a sector does interest and does cause interest to private equity investor. I'm more concerned with the nature of the sponsors here as such. These are corporates who may not typically like third-party capital provider and they want to do equity themselves. But to the extent that outside capital is needed, it will be made available, because if you go and see KKR, Bain, Carlyle, TPG, all the American private equity, bulge bracket private equity, they've made tremendous amount of investment in this sector in one end of the segment or the other. Market is different, but they have the experience of having invested here. They're already present here, and I think they would like to contribute to this along with the sovereign wealth fund and the pension funds that are looking at India. So that's the layout that I see from a financing. I'll use the last sentence of a tagline from a American baseball movie, which says, if you build it, they will come. Thank you.
In fact, if I may just add, the maturing of the domestic capital markets, especially on the equity side, given the way households are investing in equities, I think lends further support, especially after the startups are on their way and they reach some level of maturity. Now, we couldn't have said that 10 years ago, but I think the fact that retirement funds are allowed to invest in equities and domestic households have followed through with a committed pool of saving every month gives me some amount of confidence that we will see a bit of follow-up from their side as well.
Absolutely. I mean, the SIP inflow is what we are seeing is clearly giving that evidence, and even SEBI has encouraged the small to medium-sized companies to come to the market. But I'll pick it up again from a wider sector perspective, because I'm sure you have a view on this, or at least an angle the way you would think. So it does take a lot to develop a new segment, a new sector in industry. There is a Hindi movie phrase of "Sari Kainate" is what we use. But I think from there you need global participation, you need seamless execution of the project, you require supply chain certainty, vendor, dealer kind of network to be put in place, access to technology, let's say with sponsors or foreign players are going to bring, G2G free trade agreements in order to make sure that you can supply to the other countries or the markets. So how do you see this industry evolve, and what would you think the ecosystem look like as we go forward?
Yeah, so I think that's a very interesting question, Amitabh, and obviously there are many facets to this. So I think the interesting or the encouraging aspect is that India is already arriving on the scene on global mobile phone production. We're currently sized at about $38 billion, but that number is growing rapidly. For example, Apple is clearly committed under the PLI scheme to make multiple million phones over the next few years. Samsung is diversifying away from Vietnam because it's so big now in the Vietnam GDP. And actually, I may digress a bit here. Vietnam is a very good example of how you can successfully scale production in a very short span of time. Vietnam has gained major share from China. So the skeptics out there who say that, oh, we cannot do it quickly enough, should look at the Vietnam example. Because I think Vietnam actually does not have the same domestic consumption base that India has, which makes India far more interesting and more likely to disrupt global semiconductor and electronics industry. So with downstream demand established, I think going upstream is a lot easier. If we had to start upstream, then it would have been a lot more difficult. Indeed, infrastructure has simultaneously grown, and India has made major progress in infrastructure over the last 10 years. If you adjust it on a per capita basis, India is actually ahead of what China was 15 years ago. So we have made major strides. Our port turnaround times are a lot lower. We have built a lot more airline capacity, and we are continuing to build that. And I think the railway capacity is also going up. We have doubled the speed of our average railway over the last 5 years, and I think that will double again in the next 5 years. So that piece is also actually setting in. You raised the issue of ESG, and I think that's a very interesting aspect because India is also hugely committed to clean energy. And the scope of renewable energy will expand multifold over the next 5-7 years, and that will supplement the growth of this industry. India is domesticating its energy requirements, and to that extent it will reduce the risk of scaling manufacturing, and including semicon, which will be a major energy guzzler. So India's oil intensity is going down, electricity is far more ubiquitous, and we will add a lot more solar and hydro and hydrogen capacity to our energy. So I think a lot of these things are getting combined together, which kind of settle down some of these issues. I may quickly add here and then ask you one final question. Is we could do better with a little bit of adjustments to the PLI schemes. The PLIs are not available today for designing, and India is actually at the forefront of chip designing. It is the world's second largest in Bangalore after Silicon Valley, and incentives there could clearly help build the manufacturing bit. We could also introduce some penalties because I don't want to see the PLIs being wasted. So, if once a company commits itself, if it doesn't achieve targets, I think it needs to be penalized. It should work both ways. It cannot be just a one-way traffic. We also have to increasingly focus on the supply of engineers. We've done very well on the software side, so I think we should probably succeed on the hardware, but that's still a work in progress. Just to conclude this, Amitabh, could you highlight some of the risk factors that you see going forward? What could, impede our success?
Sure, and it's a very fair point in terms of even from a financeability perspective, because that's how banks are going to look at it. So I think the pre-construction phase which we call development phase, is going to be an important element of how the project kind of comes through. There obviously are going to be that will be sponsor driven, sponsor profile, the experience and capability are going to drive that, and obviously the techno-economic commercial reports, third-party validation, all of that will be important to see is the sponsor right behind the project, all of the approvals to be obtained in time. But let's say that is a given because we're getting the right set of people to kind of develop this industry. The critical one will be the construction risk. Construction risk out here is going to be fairly element because there is a cost associated with it and within a certain time frame. And any kind of slippage on time frame causes an overrun of cost. And hence a bank would say validation of that, and also to see if it is an overrun, who takes care of that cost. So it's going to be important that the sponsor stands behind that in order to achieve within the kind of a time frame that one does. Off-take risk. Now, this is not a sector which, like I said, that is going to get protected by a concession. It's open market. The end use is very much known. I think people before us have talked about auto industry, consumer durables, handsets, and computers. It's all there. Underlying industry is growing. It gives a lot of comfort. But to the extent that there is an anchor customer that can be brought in at the time that banks and other stakeholders are expected to take financial exposure, I think that will lend credence and give comfort or credit enhancement out there. But otherwise, you're driven by looking at commercial study proving that end use is there. So then if you produce it, you achieve stability, and you are cost competitive and you've got technology behind it, then the people will buy it from you because they are currently importing. Now you do produce it locally out here. Technology risk. This is a technology business. Here, you're supposed to make the chip even smaller every day, and it's supposed to be even faster in processing. It needs to be more efficient. What you make today might become obsolete tomorrow. So do you have access to R&D, in-house capability, and the constant evolution of technology? Are you at the forefront of that or not? Is also going to be important from a risk perspective. Obviously, 2-3 others are talent availability. Now we do have pool of engineers and scientists and education standard there, but this requires different kind of training, different kind of skills to be harnessed. It will be something that we'll have to develop over the period, but we have the building blocks. And the last one being supply chain, where it requires, in the initial phase, you will rely a lot on the global sourcing basis. As you said rightly, a lot of domestic infrastructure is giving you good feel about it, but over a period, you will have to build the Maruti kind of ecosystem out here that you can indigenize it and take it from here. So how does that play out will be important also to assess from a risk. So these are some of those risk areas that will evolve. But we've been given a cue that we have limited time available, so maybe just a half a minute closing remark from you.
No, I think the final thing is the stars are aligned, and I don't see why we won't succeed in our mission to become a global semiconductor hub in the coming decade.
Look, HSBC has been at the forefront of supporting METI as well as the government of India here from a larger perspective, and we continue to do that. We're excited about the sector, and we'll be here to lend that support in actual actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the words of wisdom and for the assurance of the support. We appreciate it. Can we have a big round of applause? That would be a little, warming up. Thank you. We now move ahead with our next session, which is Readiness Assessment for Semiconductor Ecosystem. Relentless efforts have been made to promote India to become a semiconductor manufacturing champion. However, it is important to understand the status of preparedness of India to be a semiconductor manufacturing nation. And to understand this in detail, we have a panel discussion on India's growing presence in electronics GVC. We shall just halt for 2 minutes, and then we shall call upon the moderator, sir, and the panelists just after 2 minutes. Thank you, and request everyone to kindly settle down for this session. Okay. So for this panel discussion on India's growing presence in electronics GVC, I call upon stage Shri Pankaj Mahindru, Chairman, ICEA, as the moderator. Please extend a very warm welcome to him with a big round of applause. We'll also like to call upon the panelists of the session, Shri Sudhir Pillai, Corning, India. Welcome, sir. Shri Aman Gupta, Boat, Shri Raminder Singh, Radiant, Ms. Nandini Tandon, Venture Capital, Silicon Valley, CA, Shri Ravi M. Bhatkal, India Element Solutions. We welcome all of them with a very, very big round of applause. Indeed a pleasure to have you all over here. To talk about moderator, sir, Mr. Pankaj Mahendru is a renowned name in the electronics industry. Under his exemplary commitments, the mobile handset and its component ecosystem in India has witnessed dramatic progress during the past many years, making this as the most outstanding success story under the Make in India progress. He and ICEA contributed towards raising industry concerns which helped shape government policies for strengthening mobile phone manufacturing in India. I would humbly request Mr. Mahendru that may you please kindly steer us through the imperative discussions during this session. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, friends. I'll first like to congratulate Dhwani for being such a wonderful compere and chaperoning this so elegantly and in such a wonderful manner. A big round of applause for her. I'll like to introduce the panelists on this workshop. First is Mr. Sudhir Pillai. Sudhir is the Managing Director of Corning. I think you all know about Corning. What is Corning doing in electronics may not be known to some of you. And I think I'll leave that to Sudhir to talk about Corning later. Sudhir he has over 20 years of experience and he's an electronics engineer with a MBA on top of that. Next to him, the young man, I want to ask the audience a question. You know that Apple probably is the #1 hearable company in the world, making headphones, etc. Which is the third largest brand in the world of hearables? Oh my, I think a clap to that. I was teasing him that, you were wrongly named by your parents as Aman. He's far away from being Aman. He's very restless. And, they say people have fire in the belly. This man has like a volcano in his belly. Yeah, it's wonderful. So I think Aman's built a very enviable brand. And he's building a robust supply chain also. It'll be great to hear from him. Next to Aman is Mr. Raminder Singh. And I want to ask a question again from the audience. Which is the largest television manufacturer in India? Any guesses? The largest television manufacturer in India? Well, it is Raminder's company, a company called Resolute. They are the largest manufacturers of television. And what a wonderful success we've had in electronics. Raminder's company's turnover was 100 crores in 2018-19. And guess what is his turnover now? He's touching $1 billion now. Dr. Nandini Tandon is next to Raminder. She's not just another venture capitalist. She has a PhD in biochemistry from the Duke University and has a global patent in semiconductors. She's been a very successful venture capitalist, 11 successful exits out of her 12 investments. And on top of that, she's received the Pravasi Bharati Award right here a few years back. Welcome, Nandini. And then we have a very serious guy here, a material scientist, Dr. Ravi Bhatkal, MD of McDermott. He runs the largest electronic interconnect materials company in India, which is a critical part of our global value chain, which is materials from the end product right up to chips. Ravi is very passionate about India and wants to transform India through the research, infrastructure, and cutting-edge skill development. Dr. Bhatkal is also a PhD in material science from RPL, New York. So now let me get back to my seat and start the... Let me start with Aman first. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to give a small presentation. I'm just prompted by my boys there. Can you just go to the first slide, please? The objective of this small 5-slide presentation is that, you see, you guys must be wondering that everything we've been talking about is in the future, that this is about to happen, and this is the vision, etc. But it's not only that. There is a strong track record of what has happened in the last few years, especially till 2014. Now, in 2014, what the Honorable Prime Minister said, our performance electronic manufacturing was under 2 lakh crores, with mobile phones contributing about 10%, 18,900 crore. That has ballooned to over 8 lakh crores, which is over $100 billion, and mobile phones are contributing 350,000 crores. So a bulk of our growth, electronic manufacturing growth, has come from mobile phones. Next slide, please. And what a contrast from 2014, when we were importing almost 80% of India's mobile phone consumption. And this was mentioned by the Honorable Prime Minister in an address. Today we are exporting mobile phones, $11 billion of export last year. And if the first quarter is any indication, we'll be probably doing 50% more. So our electronic export is about $23 billion now, and we are expecting it to cross $30 billion this year. So big change in the scenario. Next slide, please. This is a number you've heard of very often, 5 trillion GDP, and we are aspiring to hit $300 billion of electronic manufacturing in that time, with exports of $120 billion. This will make electronics one of the top 3 exports categories in the country by 25-26. Next slide, please. We mentioned to you that mobile phones was the heavy hitter when it came to the growth of electronics, but as I said, abhi to party shuru hui hai. This is what every segment now has to come into action, starting with IT hardware, consumer electronics, strategic electronics, industrial electronics, wearables and hearables, PCBA, auto, LED lighting, telecom equipment, electronic components. This is what makes up the $300 billion vision for 25-26. And that's just 32 months away now. Next slide, please. Exports out of this, every category there is a export aspiration, and policies are being put together to make sure that this happens. Mobile phone leads the way with a 52 to 58 billion target of exports. We have touched $11 billion last year. I think we should be at about 16 to 18 billion this year, and this is the trajectory which we are looking at. Ambitious but possible. Next slide, please. Mission 1220 is, it has not yet been officially announced by Government of India, but we have put this together that by 32, that is by the end of about 9 years from now, we should be the leading electronic manufacturing nation in the world with output of over $1 trillion. So I think you have to tighten your belts, and the volcano in your belly is going to play a major role. Raminder is suddenly looking very, very serious, and good to see you smile, Raminder. So next slide, please. The two pillars which will make it possible are the global value chains, which are the lead firms, and creating Indian champion companies. I think that's at the core of our strategy, that what the Indian champions, how they will emerge and become global leaders. So let me start with how we'll structure this session is that I'll ask you one opening comments, about 3 minutes, starting with Aman. These are very ambitious numbers. We've already grown 300% in the last 5-6 years, and we are aspiring to grow 3 times. Do you think it is a realistic target? And what is going to be your role in this wonderful journey of the next 3 years and then the next decade? Aman?
Thank you so much, Pankaj sir, for the introduction, and good to be here. We are an audio brand, audio wearables, hearables. We started 6 years back. 2016 is when we started both. So we can talk in Hindi also, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's easier. So जब हमने start किया था ना, तो people used to think कि Indian brands can't do well in electronics, right? कि when we were starting, we were rejected by the whole world. The world at that time was mostly investors, right? People thought कि यार India से brand नहीं बन सकता. तो हमने अपनी journey जब start करी, तो हमारा पास जब हम इस market में आए, तो कम से कम 200 brand थे, sir. They were Japanese, they were Chinese, they were German. There were a lot of brands apart from Indian brands which were surviving, which were doing well in this industry. And there was one adjacent industry which was also the Indian mobile brands, which were not doing as well as they could have, right? So we were in a position where we were our death story was written even before we were born, right? People judged us by a very different lens as Indian brands doing well. But I think, sir, that time India was changing. Indians started feeling for Indian brands. I think we were one of the first brands, and we were called by as a D2C brand, online brand at that time. But India was changing. The consumers were changing. Consumers then started having that love for India, and that is growing even more as we speak. And that change has helped us both to become one of the, in India, we are the largest, as you give the introduction, we are the largest audio brand in India, sir, for the last 10 quarters. So there is a saying by a very famous guy, sir. It's called "Hum bhi bana lenge," right? It's something which is not just a line. It is one of the mission statements in our company, in all of us. Because there is nothing which the Indians can't do, right? So we started as a brand made in India first. The brand was made in India, but there was another change happening in the last few years where people started liking made in India products, which was also not a big thing earlier. People didn't care that where it is made. But slowly, thanks to the efforts and thanks to the push from the government also, Make in India started becoming a pride. Make in India started becoming something which people wanted to buy. So we started our journey, sir, 3 years back. And I'll give you a small example. 100% of our products were first imported. Now 75% of our products are now made in India, sir. It was not an easy journey, sir. And you've been helping us, Rajesh ji, the government has been helping us. Make in India is not an easy journey. It takes time, right? And I always say, the Rome was not built in a day. India will not make in a day. India will take its time. And we are all learning, right? India में कोई audio product नहीं बनता था, कोई wearable product नहीं बनता था, कोई घड़ी नहीं बनती थी, किसी को पता ही नहीं था बनाते कैसे हैं. And thanks to the support of the ecosystem, now 90% of the watches India consumes is made in India. Imagine what is the future.
And I think the phased manufacturing program set up by MIT has contributed immensely to this. I think we should applaud MIT and Amitesh ji sitting here.
Sir, मैं सच बताऊं, अगर पुश नहीं आता ना गवर्नमेंट का भी और सपोर्ट नहीं होता गवर्नमेंट का, हम नहीं बनाते.
Absolutely.
अगर फेज मैन्युफैक्चर, अगर एक सिंपल बात है, अगर कहीं और हमसे सस्ता मिलेगा तो एज बिजनेसमैन, एज लॉजिकल पीपल वी विल से कि यार बाहर से ही खरीद लेना ना, सस्ता बन रहा है, सस्ता मिल रहा है, हम यहाँ से क्यों बनाएं. और एक तो बनाओ, मेहनत करो, और इट्स नॉट इजी, उसको करो और फिर पता लगे कि दूसरे बंदे बाहर से खरीद के हमसे सस्ता लाके हमें ही मार देंगे. तो गवर्नमेंट का ये जो फेज मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पॉलिसी प्रोग्राम आया है, इसके बिना नहीं होता. और एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट इज दे अंडरस्टैंड कि बॉस टाइम लगेगा, धीरे धीरे, पहले एक स्टेप, फिर पीसीबी, फिर नेक्स्ट स्टेप, एंड वी आर ऑल वर्किंग टुगेदर एज द इकोसिस्टम. एंड आई थिंक that is the beauty about the support which we are getting. And third, sir, the last point I wanted to say, because you've given 3 minutes, the last point I wanted to say was, we did the brand Made in India. Brand was born in India. Then we did Made in India. And I remember Modi ji once saying that let's now make in India for the world, right? And we want to be, once we get the factory right, and we are opening another factory in India now by us. Once we get the factory right, once we get Make in India right, we want to make for the world, sir. Why can't we do that? Why can't we have...
Aman, we want a promise from you. When will you be clocking $1 billion sales in United States?
Sir, we should. So I'll tell you a small example, and these guys will kill me for taking their time. Sir, I was invited by the Prime Minister's office for the Paris trip, right? And I was sitting at the table, and there were a lot of the CEO delegation was there, and everybody was talking. And I said, we all, when I said in the conference that we all love French brands, right? And I hope there is a time when French people start liking Indian brands, right? And I think that is what the new India aspires to be, sir. Yeah. We all see Apple store के बाहर लाइन लगी होती है. मेरा तो बड़ा मन है किसी दिन US में बोट का स्टोर और वहाँ लाइन लगी हो, सर. अलग ही फील आएगी.
You didn't answer my question. I wanted a commitment from you.
सर ऐसे कमिटमेंट कर दी ना सर, इतने मीडिया वाले रिकॉर्ड करके बोलेंगे इसने बोला था अभी तक हुआ नहीं, तो सर अभी उसके बारे में सोचने दो थोड़ा सा सर, अभी बताऊंगा.
Thank you, Aman. Wonderful. So Sudhir, from this very sort of volcano in the tummy type of address of Aman, let's go back to the things which are the fundamentals of the global economy. These large century-old companies who make things going, and which India needs the most. It will be wonderful to hear from you how you see our vision, and what do you see your personal role and the role of Corning in India's journey.
Thank you. So let me end what Aman started, and I would like to quote our current Tata chairman, who once said that, recently I heard him saying that this Make in India started like a slogan. The slogan became a belief. The belief became a movement, and today we are in the execution phase. So all the companies in India are in the execution phase today. And when you talk about a self-reliant, what Aman was talking about, making boat a brand in US, I think it's just about time that India would be self-reliant. We can argue about 2025 or 2026 or when, but it's going to be a self-reliant. Coming to Corning, quickly, we are a 172 years old company, and we have been vital to all the industries that we serve and the world that we share.
we are into that unparalleled expertise of glass science, ceramic science, and optical physics. I will not talk about what we did globally, but let me talk about how did we contribute in India. So I was a young kid in 1980s when the first SHAR was happening in 1983 Delhi. That's the time when my father got a Samtel TV at home. And that TV was enabled by Corning. We had a joint venture at that time, the name Samcor, and Cor was Corning in that. So since then, we have been enabling the industries, all the industries that we talk about, a semicon or a mobile, to deliver to the customers. Then the next big thing that happened was in 2012, when we set up our mega plant for drawing fiber in India. And very recently, we have set up few more manufacturing footprints in India, and we are evaluating how the ecosystem is evolving to participate in the mobile and the display ecosystem. So that's how we are empowering the Indian customers and the industries in India. So far, if I look at the policies, how the policies have been helping us, I would say, if I have to sum it up in one word, I think it's exciting. We are very happy about the policies. What I really need from the government, and that's something that I have been always talking to the government and say that, hey, there's a policy document, now can we have a manufacturing strategy for that? When I say manufacturing strategy, which means it cannot be just a big statement around policy, but can we really look at the stacks of each component that goes into a product? Like if I talk about mobile manufacturing, can we really look at different stack of a display? Can we look at cover glasses? Can we look at touch panel? Can we look at display separately? So that's how we will be able to build this entire ecosystem in India to make sure that whatever the aspiration of Honorable Prime Minister is, we are executing that on the ground. So we are all committed to that growth in India.
Thank you, Sudhir. We have great expectations from you and Corning. Raminder, do you pinch yourself sometimes in the morning that how did this happen, 100 crores to 1 billion? What has contributed to that? And do you see yourself as the future Foxconn of India?
So thanks for good compliments. Good afternoon. I know it's going to be lunchtime. I won't speak much longer. But for me, the terminology EMS, earning money slowly, it's not electronic manufacturing services. Because we took almost 24 years for reaching the spot what we are. EMS is a sector where you need to make a lot of products in a different forms, and you start with PCB and then make a box around it. And when we started, why I want to tell you this small story is that when we started way back in 98, 97, that time, when we used to go to the bank and ask for a 2 lakh rupees loan, they used to say it's a screwdriver. What you're doing is fracturing. What is manufacturing? So I said, this is what we will plan to do, and this is how we want to grow. Because at that particular period of time, India had no vision on how we are going to grow electronics in India. So it was one of the uphill tasks to get even a component imported to India. That was the days when we started. Today, we proudly sit in the platform where we are talking about 300 billion and then going up to much bigger numbers. This has happened because of all the value additions which we are doing in period of years. This has happened because of one thing which is called passion. A passion is something which I always talk about to all my team members, that once you have a passion of doing manufacturing, you can achieve. Because in our thinking, in our terminology, we call it take nation as first, second your company, and then comes you yourself. Once you have that kind of a mindset, that when you think that yes, this nation can do, we can do. And that is something which we have learned in many years. So for us, a passion is very important, that once you have some will to do any kind of a manufacturing, you just get into it and do it. Today, we became the largest TV manufacturers thanks to the government. It's not happened magically that we did something. I used to watch people coming from abroad bringing TV sets at the airport. I always used to wonder why we can't manufacture within India. And thanks to the government that they came up with the thought that, okay, we ban the TV import. And that is where the evolvement of manufacturing started. And that is where we are now what we are. So if government understands the pains of electronics manufacturing, I think we can really conquer the world. It is just a beginning, I'll say. And I am very sure that whatever numbers we are projecting, though it's looking high, we will be much beyond that if we have same kind of a passion, same kind of people who really take risk. For me, as I said, EMS is all about earning money slowly. Let's come out of the mindset of trading, that we just don't trade. We really wait for the money to really realize, but once it realizes, it really makes you proud as an Indian that yes, we can deliver what we wish to deliver. So for me, it's more of a passion, sir, rather than numbers.
Thank you. But do you see companies like yours and Dixon and other companies, the EMS companies, evolving into the future Foxcons? Do you think we have it in us to reach those scales?
We all have the scale, but we as Indian have to think on a co-optation mode, not as a competition mode. You know what happens is, as I told you, once we take nation as first, we all have to group together and see that what we can deliver as a team rather than just fight within us. So everyone has a potential, everyone has a strong vision. We should not look at making fast money. We should really wait to see that what value addition we are bringing in. And one of the thoughts which I just wanted to convey is that, you know, we have come out with a strong PLI scheme, but PLI scheme should now further enhance to go into what value addition you are bringing into the system. Because if your value addition is going above 50%, incentivize that company, because that is where real manufacturing will happen. Right now, it's more of an assembly. We should get into more of value addition of about 70 to 80% of any product we are making, right from semiconductor to component packaging to final product. So that is a change scenario where the government should really incentivize. So that's something which we all can do, and we'll see
Absolutely.
Evolvement of not only Foxconn and Flextronics or anybody. Will have much bigger numbers coming from India, sir.
I understand why your company is called Resolute. I can understand now. I was wondering why it is called Resolute.
Thank you, sir. It's determination.
Yeah. I'll move on to Ravi. Ravi, you are in the very core area and you straddle every vertical of electronics. And please tell us a little bit about your company, what it does, and how do you see India panning out? And in your particular area of material science, what are your suggestions for us? And I'll make a little correction, Raminder. TV import is not banned. It is only kind of not encouraged. Officially, it's not banned.
So thank you, Pankaj, first of all, for inviting me to be on this panel. Thanks a lot. And good afternoon to all of you. So a little bit about our company. Our parent company is called Element Solutions. It's a US headquartered public company on NYSE. We were set up, and it's a advanced materials and specialty chemicals company. That's essentially what we do. And the largest part of the business is in electronic materials. It's probably one of the only companies that goes from chip to box, from back end of line semiconductor that was being talked about yesterday and day before regarding from copper damascene chemistry to copper pillar bumping to packaging materials to IC substrate fab chemicals, PCB fab to board assembly to box build. We are in every layer of the electronics manufacturing value chain. It's a sort of a unique position to be in. We operate in 50 countries globally, including India. In India, we are 92 years old as a multinational. We were set up in India in 1931 as a manufacturing company. So we've been manufacturing that long in India. We sort of helped build the electronics industry in India, so to speak. We grew up with the electronics industry, and we ended up training many of the engineers today who are in the SMT space in India. So, very much we are sort of part of the fabric of the Indian ecosystem in electronics manufacturing. I would say the time is absolutely right now for India to scale in a very big way. The ingredients are all there. The government policy is working out phenomenally well, and I commend the ministry and Honorable Prime Minister for providing the impetus, and the ministry for actually putting a program together that's really galvanizing the entire industry. What I see going forward is really building an ecosystem and taking that ecosystem upstream. So if you look at the evolution in India, it's really from box build and what Ramendra mentioned, assembly, to now board assembly. And I think going forward, it'll be PCB and IC substrate, fab, semiconductor packaging, and fab, right? For that to happen in an effective way, we need to build a pretty strong ecosystem supporting all of this. It's like the tip of a spear and then working your way back from there. So things have to happen simultaneously now in terms of investing substantially in materials, upstream materials that enable all of these components and systems to be manufactured here. The second part, I think, is really to achieve massive scale. And to achieve massive scale, we have to think about really manufacturing with very high levels of Sigma, Six Sigma level manufacturing, and inculcate that mindset into our education system. I'm talking about undergrad or even before that. Setting up, literally manufacturing ecosystems on campus and educating the engineers in that way. So, and of course, last but not the least, is developing a research ecosystem that actually serves as an engine going forward, both in terms of domestic developments, but collaborations with international research institutes and entities. And I think doing that will go a very long way in taking this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. And I come to Dr. Nandini Tandon. Usually ladies are first, but I wanted you to have the last laugh. Nandini ji, this massive growth will require huge amounts of money, obviously. I have Hariom ji is there. He talks about a number of 200 billion is the requirement. That's other than the semiconductor ecosystem. So that's the amount of money which is required. And a whole ecosystem has to be created. How do you view, you are an insider and yet you have an outside view. How do you see this progress, and you think in this short time we'll be able to rustle up resources? And this is part one of my question to you. Part two is this great partnership with the US. We've shared what our bilateral trade in electronics is. US is our largest trading partner. US is also the largest consumer of electronics. So how do you see that partnership panning out?
So thank you, Pankaj. First and foremost, what a privilege, honor it is to be here, and I appreciate you inviting me to be on this panel. You are so emblematic of the spirit of India, so excited about India, bullish, and yet cautiously making sure that you cross the T's and dot the I's. So, and I'm lovely to be with fellow panelists who are so excited and are building towards the scaffolding of Make in India, which is so much at the heart of where we are. Secondly, I'd like to congratulate SemiconIndia. You can feel the buzz, you can feel the energy, and at the end of the day, the enthusiasm of the people and the audience and the engagement of people flying from all over the world to be here says it all. I think it's a very basically resonates strongly with what SemiconIndia is looking to accomplish. So to your two questions, how do I see the venture capital or the finance inflow? And the second question, as an American citizen of Indian origin, how do I see the two countries partnering, working out in the present geopolitical and ecosystem? So from a venture capitalist standpoint, and somebody who's a scientist and who is standing at the threshold of multiple technologies coming together, and who also has always been a champion, and we are so excited right now that it's a multidisciplinary, multi-technology world where solutions will emanate not from any one technology, but from harnessing the convergence of them. So this is a very exciting time. So from a VC's perspective, it's always been important not to invest in technology, but to invest in leadership. Because as VCs, we believe that technology, if it fails, then a good leader is going to figure out how to chart the course in a different way to then to change the technology's usage or change the business plan. But if the leadership fails, then even a good technology in the wrong hands is not going to go far. So I think the most exciting part of India today is you have phenomenal leadership. And just look, absolutely, I think it calls for a huge applause. It was with such pride we saw Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji to come recent visit to America, and just about everybody. I was at the Congress where the joint session took place. Both sides of the aisle were so excited by the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and lend themselves, which is very unusual. Sometimes the Democrats support some people, sometimes Republicans. But in the case of Prime Minister Modi, it was from both sides. The second thing which is very exciting about India is that we all know that, as my father would always say, it takes an excellent captain to drive a super tanker, being a captain of a super tanker himself. But at the same time, you need the team to be with you. And needless to say, we heard the Honorable Foreign Minister earlier today. At least in my lifetime, I can say that I have rarely come across a foreign minister of his ilk from any country, leave aside India. And the strategic angle and vision that Prime Minister Modi brings to bear, that he takes forward, allows us as venture capitalists to come to India with the understanding that the two countries will work better together. And on the same note, the thing that we appreciated about the leadership of Vaishnavji, that he is himself from a technology background. So when he came recently to California and we sat across the table with him, he was excited about the possibilities of the two countries working together in different technologies. Same thing, I had a meeting with the MOS yesterday, Rajiv ji, he understands technology. And if I may echo what you said, Amitesh ji has been fantastic. So I think it's all about leadership, and it's there in spades. Then purely now looking at it from a finance perspective, because yes, we need technology, we need leaders, but looking at, money makes the mayor go around, right? The world needs money to make anything happen. And the ambition that India is entertaining today needs a lot of money, and it needs a lot of creation of startup, innovation, entrepreneurship culture, which needs money. On that note, on a very seriously, what I would like to say is that I think it's very important for India to take a pause and look at the model India wants to follow for itself. This is not a cut and paste industry where you look at what other countries have done. I mean, Israel has exceptional technology and a big venture capital. India and Israel, you can't compare that model. The same thing with the country north of India. They have a different ecosystem, and the venture capital community will have to work differently in that ball game. India has unique opportunity to play a very critical role, especially in the tech sector, and I loved what you showed about electronics, and coming from the healthcare industry. In the medical electronics, we use chips. And when you have problems with the chip industry, we have problems with the patient's lives, right? So this is very serious. So for us, the sustenance of the semiconductor industry is tied to keeping people alive. So it's very important. So bringing money to the table is critically important, but the government, I know, has played an important role in giving land and water and power, and also in the case of Micron, they are putting money on the table. But I think there are only so many Microns in the world today, and there'll have to be a very thoughtful approach to how this ecosystem can be generated, so that if we are serious about, and I know, and that's why I started off by leadership. I said this leadership is very serious, and I think the best hallmark of this leadership being serious is they are good listeners. I recall before we would come to India, and they would tell us how we sitting in America should run America. But now when we come to India, they are willing to listen to us, and they're looking to see how we can work together. The important thing would be, I think, for the ecosystem to ensure that we support those high net worth individuals that can also bring money to bear. We need liquid cash. We cannot rely on the banks, because I'm also an entrepreneur, and an entrepreneur's journey is challenging to begin with. So if you're looking to get money in the form of debt, then the collateral is there, so that is difficult. And then there are so many other issues at the play. But there is a lot of money that India has today. What it needs to do is have the tax policy such that it allows high net worth individuals to put their money as angel investors into the system, back entrepreneurs, so that that money can be put to use to creating the ecosystem, because it's a heavy lift. I would like to close with the question that you had raised. It's the most exciting time between the largest and the oldest democracies of the world, between India and US. I think the trust that Foreign Minister said earlier today is critically important, and I'd like to make a plug to what Consul General Mike said from the Mumbai office. US Consul General said that this is the best time between the two countries, because we are aligned in our incentives, and we all know that for any win-win partnership to take place, it truly needs to be win-win, and the alignment has to be there. And I cannot think of two countries who are better aligned. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Nandini ji. For the semiconductor folks, some of you must be wondering what we are doing in the semicon, this thing. So we see ourselves as the people who lay the road for the semiconductors to drive on it. And just to give some numbers, we consume 15% of the mobile phones globally, India, and produce about 20% of the global mobile phones. If you take that, if you translate that into semiconductors, this is good enough to take care of the requirement of 10 fabs, 12-inch fabs, producing 200,000 wafers in a year. If you take the dies at 148, this is the kind of number which can get consumed theoretically with the volumes we've built. And as I said, abhi to party shuru hui hai. The other verticals have just begun. You heard hearable wearables, IT hardware, laptops, desktops, tablets, and the other verticals. So look at the kind of consumption which is going to be there. Now, last, one question to all of you. you guys must have seen the movie The Last Samurai. And in the end, when the captain goes to meet the emperor, he asks him that, tell me how the samurai died. But he tells him how he lived. So I want you to take a contrarian view that, in all this bonhomie, what are the core two challenges which you see which can upset this great relentless vision which the Honorable Prime Minister has set, as a caution to the policy makers that what do we have to watch out for? I'll start with Sudhir first.
Thank you. So, as I alluded earlier, the policies set by the government are fantastic, and thanks to those policies, we are seeing a non-linear growth in India. Talk about digitization, the kind of money that's moving on the UPI is we couldn't have ever imagined a few years back. So it's perfectly well, and that's the reason MNCs like Corning trying to evaluate the options in India. What is the need for a company like Corning, and again, which I mentioned earlier, is we have a great policy. Can we really look at a manufacturing strategy, which means, for example, the display, if I talk about a display fab, you have to really look at the different stack of a display, from a cover glass to a touch panel to a display. Look at that, how do we get those ecosystem to India? Second is not a requirement, but a suggestion, is if we can have a land bank corporation kind of thing in India, which will make it very easy for acquiring land, the large mass of land for constructing factories quickly. The other one is again a suggestion, is a uniform labor code across all the states so that it's very easy for implementing any policies that we would like to have. But to end, I would say thanks to these policies, all in the right steps, in the right direction, which is helping make India make India a self-reliant. It's just about, we can just argue about the time or the year when we'll be self-reliant. It's just about to happen.
Wonderful. Aman, I know there are no boundaries in your mind. And you have this never say die, this thing. Can you think of something which needs caution, or where you think we are not on the right track?
सर मतलब हम लोग जब स्टार्ट हुए थे ना सर 6 साल पहले, तो हमें ना बहुत डर लगता था, ठीक है, मतलब आई बी फ्रैंक, गवर्नमेंट से डर लगता था, राइट, वो ब्यूरोक्रेट से डर लगता था, करेक्ट, और कभी ऐसा नहीं होता था कि हम कुछ बोल सकें, कुछ कर सकें. अब सर पहली बार है कि I request a date from the minister, from the secretaries. अब मिल जाती है सर. अब the government is talking to us, और हम लोग ना इतना हमारे पास जैसे बहुत लोगों के पास पूरा एक डिवीजन होता है गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट का, बहुत लोगों के पास बहुत सारे एक्स सेक्रेटरीज भी काम करते हैं, करेक्ट. मेरे को तो था नहीं सर. हमें तो नॉर्मल कंज्यूमर समझ आता है, मार्केटिंग समझ आती है, प्रोडक्शन समझ आती है, तो हमें तो बहुत सपोर्ट चाहिए सर. मतलब आप लोग इतना सपोर्ट करते हो, मेटी सपोर्ट करता है. बिना सपोर्ट के सर हम तो मतलब बहुत सारी इंडस्ट्रीज खत्म हुई हैं, हम भी खत्म हो जाएंगे. तो हमारे को तो आज हमारी प्रॉब्लम एक्स है, कल कुछ और होगी. कभी हमें इंटर मिनिस्ट्री इशूज़ भी हो सकते हैं, और होंगे भी, और हुए भी हैं, वो भी सॉल्व करने हैं. तो हमारे पास तो सर अभी हमें भी नहीं पता कि आगे और नेक्स्ट क्या प्रॉब्लम आने वाली है, करेक्ट. तो हम बीच में हम जाएंगे, और हमें आई जस्ट फ्रॉम माई साइड, फ्रॉम रिप्रेजेंटिंग द यंग इंडस्ट्रीज, यंग स्टार्टअप्स, we need more support from the organization, from the government, than probably the bigger guys. So just keep supporting us is my request to the whole government. And secondly, the ecosystem play is very important, sir. We just जैसे मारुति बनी थी तो पूरा इकोसिस्टम बना था कि कोई कुछ बना रहा है, कोई कुछ बना रहा है. हम हर चीज़ खुद नहीं बना सकते सर. एंड वी नीड प्रोग्राम्स लाइक दिस फॉर एवरी स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री, राइट. जैसे अब हमने पीसीबी शुरू कर रहे हैं इंडिया में, तो रबर कैसे बन रहा है, अभी जैसे पैकेजिंग शुरू हो गई है, तो रबर कैसे बन रहा है, उसका कॉम्पोनेंट कैसे बन रहा है, ये कैसे बन रहा है. सो इट्स नॉट जस्ट I would say assembly, and the government is working on that. I think the whole ecosystem has to come together for brands like us to start leveraging that. So those are the 2 points I would say, sir.
So, like Three Idiots, all is well, right?
For now, sir, all is well, sir.
Right. And that's a huge endorsement. In spite of my constant prodding, you have two strong certificates of endorsement. Raminder, does anything keep you awake at night?
Yeah, so I have a 2 points only, very prospective in terms of what are the challenges, why Indian entrepreneurs don't take risk. Indian entrepreneurs don't risk because they are not covered. The problem in any business of electronics manufacturing is that when you make a product, when you sell and you don't get paid, there is a banker who comes and take you away. So that is what needs to change. What we need to do in India is come out with the policies like how other countries are, where they are ensuring that whatever you're manufacturing or for exports or within the domestic, there is an insurance cover. Now, once you do the insurance cover, you will focus on manufacturing. You will focus on the product development. But the day-to-day challenges of collecting your money and working on it is a very uphill task. So for me, that is one thing which we really want to do in India is that go ahead and come out with an insurance policies where your risk is covered, and then you'll see huge amount of entrepreneurs coming up and they will take that risk, because once you take the risk, you will see a real ecosystem developing, because ecosystem for any product requires huge amount of talent as well as it requires a lot of dedication. Second thing, which is not possible by us, but it has to be thought over as a nation, is that stop brain drain. Right now, all the good talents we have, they go abroad because they have an opportunity and they like to be in the country where there is an opportunity. Now the opportunity is here in India. If we stop these kind of brain drains and then get that things here in India because of opportunities, I think that will change the entire scenario, because you love to do for your country and you can bring that same value chain within India rather than just going out.
Thank
so
you,
these are the two things which I think
very
are
valuable.
important. Yeah.
A quick 30-seconders, Dr. Nandini Tandon and Ravi, and then we have time for a few questions, but we have to close rapidly now.
So very quickly, more of what all the other panelists have said. It's about policy. It is supporting the entrepreneurs, the startup innovation. It is a sense of urgency. And I would also like to add that once bitten, twice shy. There has been a history before of false starts in different domains. So this time around, I think it's critically important that this exceptionally well begun endeavor reaches its logical conclusion. And the next 6 to 8 months are very critical. The world is watching not only the semiconductor, but electronics, but also looking at how very seriously India is taking on this opportunity. I'll just like to add, I was recently in Uttar Pradesh, and we were blown out of the water by the Chief Minister's reception of technology and appreciating the fact that health is a state subject. So even if we are working with METI and IT and electronics, because today medicine is a lot about different technologies coming in, it's digital, it's AI, it's semiconductor, yet it is important that different divisions in his government speak. He got that clearly, he made it happen. Secondly, we said that unless you have a procurement policy that supports the startup, it's not going to happen, because the entrepreneur should not be subjected to the mercurial facets of the tendering process. There should be due diligence, so whatever comes out by the entrepreneurs gets subsumed in the states and in the Indian government. And building upon the brain drain, even if we have the Microns and the Intels of the world supported, and our engineers come back to India, they will still be working for American companies or German companies. If we truly want the brain drain to get navigated to make in India, we'll have to make monies available for the startups with policies that protect them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ravi? Yeah, Ravi.
So I just have 2 points. One is people development. To sustain the level of growth that we are looking at, you're going to need people, and they have to be developed and really educated in the right way and in the right numbers. Second is the ecosystem building along the entire value chain and really localizing the ecosystem. And third is really, and this is already happening, putting the regulatory framework and the policies to actually enable this to happen very, very fast. Because it's like jumping from one running train to another, and you got to do it simultaneously.
Thank you, Ravi. Okay, we have time for maximum 2 questions. Any questions from the audience, please? Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. So, sir, as a students, what should we focus on the skills that who contribute in the Make in India movement?
I'll give it to Aman.
Yeah, so I think there is a lot of skills which are now developing, right? Like if you look at technology, IT engineers हम लोग बहुत produce करते हैं, but engineering skills for the Make in India industry is limited, right? Secondly, design. Now after making in India, the next part will be design in India, and there are a lot of there is Center of Excellence, there is a lot of programs for getting the design part made in India. The design in India is becoming the next big thing. So that is one area also you can look at apart from the technology, the technology part of things. So I would say these two are the future, but अभी India में इतना talent है ही नहीं manufacturing का, right? It is more assembly lines are there, but manufacturing talent will be जैसे एक time आता है जब जैसे computer engineering, computer engineers ज़्यादा demand में आते थे. अभी देखना 4-5 साल बाद IIT का सबसे hot course क्या पता manufacturing talent के ऊपर हो, right? So I think that is also getting hot. So if anybody else wants to add anything on that?
I will give a different spin to this. I'll add 3 skills. If to anybody who is a student right now, is 3 skills. One is courage to do the right thing, not the convenient thing. Second is entrepreneurial mindset. I'm mindful of the fact that we will all not be entrepreneur like Aman, but when I say entrepreneurial mindset is a 21st century skill, which means thinking on seeing business opportunity in every problem, being tenacious, and looking at solving problem on the fly. And the third is leadership. A very important leadership is not about title; it's about starting something in your own arena. Those are 3 important skills apart from your engineering knowledge and whatever that Aman just alluded upon.
Yeah, Nandini, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, thank you. Totally agree with all the other panelists what they're saying. I'd like to add 2 more facets. Just like in the case of the Deming method, everybody in the hierarchy, in the pyramid, needs to know what is the end product. That is critically important because time and again we see the FDA, not only about India but other countries also saying that the end product is not as sterile or as safe as it should be. So everybody needs to be, that skill has to be there. And the second thing, there's no substitute to excellence. And it cuts across any vertical. The whole notionality that no matter what we do has to be excellent, nobody else does better than what we do, has to be part of the DNA, and that skill has to be there. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, please.
This question is both for Aman and Ravinder.
Can you speak a little louder?
Yeah. So this question is both for Ravinder and Aman. What changed you as a person while you were building your respective companies? That could really, really help all of us, especially the budding entrepreneurs who we invite to EMCs in different locations. What changed you as a person when you were building these companies?
What changed you as a person when you were building the company?
Both Aman and Ravinder.
Aman and?
Ravinder?
So you go first. Okay. Easy हो जाता है, सोचने का time मिल जाता है. Right?
Aman, don't share all the secrets, huh?
Yeah. Sorry. I thought you told me to be frank. So, जब हम कंपनी स्टार्ट करते हैं ना तो और स्पेशली मैं किसी और MNC में काम करता था राइट और जब हम कंपनी स्टार्ट करते हैं ना तो हम सोचते हैं कि देयर आर लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स विच वी थिंक आर टेकन फॉर ग्रांटेड राइट हमें लगता है ये एडमिन टीम का काम है ये फाइनेंस टीम का काम है एंड ये लॉजिस्टिक्स टीम का काम है बट जब तुम खुद स्टार्ट करते हो ना तो तुम्हें पता नहीं होता कि तुम्हें सब कुछ खुद करना पड़ता है बिकॉज यू डोंट हैव मनी टू डू अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स ऑल्सो राइट बिकॉज यू आर प्रॉब्ली बूट स्ट्रैपिंग एट दैट टाइम राइट और फाउंडर सुनना बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि नाउ द फाउंडर है एंड इफ यू लुक एट द सक्सेसफुल फाउंडर्स यू विल सी द स्टोरी दैट today you know them as successful founders what made us was the failures which we've gone through right I never got success till I don't think even I'm still successful I'm just on the path right but लोगों ने मतलब मैं जब स्टोरी बताता हूँ तो हमारी जो 5 फेल्ड स्टार्टअप्स है ना उसके बारे में मैं ज़्यादा बात करता हूँ बिकॉज जितना मैं आई एम फ्रॉम ISB जितना मेरे को ISB ने नहीं सिखाया ना उतना मुझे ये फेल्ड स्टार्टअप्स ने सिखाया है राइट आप जब स्टार्ट करते हो ना तो आप ही मैनेजर हो आप ही PN हो आप ही PS हो आप ही CEO आप ही CX हो आप ही सब कुछ हो बॉस क्योंकि तब आपके पास लोग नहीं होते करने को तब आपको ये देखना पड़ता है कि तब आपको ये देखना पड़ता है अब पता क्या होता है जब हम स्टार्ट करते हैं ना तो अगली सैलरी कहाँ से आएगी क्योंकि आदत होती है मंथली सैलरी आने की राइट दैट नेक्स्ट सैलरी वेयर विल इट कम फ्रॉम राइट माई वाइफ व्हेन आई हैड फेल्ड फॉर 5 स्टार्टअप्स माई वाइफ टोल्ड मी कि मैं तेरे को 3 साल देती हूँ अब ठीक है अब तुझे मैं 3 साल दूंगी कि तुझे इन 3 साल में जो करना है कर and I was 36 by that time right and you have people who are doing well my wife's name is Priya right so I say I had 2 pressure one was peer pressure one was Priya pressure right so itna pressure ho jata hai when everybody starts doing well and you are just struggling as an entrepreneur right so things change you then start embracing you start embracing things around you you start taking energy from people around you and there are times when you go down right and those are the times you have to like stand up and say that hashtag hum bhi bana lenge right you have to get up and say strong
yeah Raminder
yeah so Aman your story and my story is similar the reason why when I passed out of my college my father said truck chalao ya hotel kholo because this is what Sardarjis generally do but I went ahead in electronics the fun part for me was that when I started manufacturing electronic typewriters, that was the first product what we got. We had very different challenges as I started in 90s. But slowly, I thought, okay, let me be a little aggressive. And I sold my company to Celestica, one of the largest EMS in the world. And again, in 2009, I bought the same company. Only 6 people in the world have done that. I was the 6th one. And why I bought it back? It was only the passion. So, but after that, I took one wrong business. And that wrong business put us down completely in 2008. So I think what happens is the business teaches you more than what you do as a business. Because in business, these kind of things do happen that when you have a failure, you should have that courage to go back on your basics that what you knew before will continue to do what you want to do. So that is where we went ahead and went to the basics and struggled and moved ahead in our lives. So I think the failures will happen, but how far you can cover your risk, how far you can challenge yourself, I think that is one of the motivation for all of us.
Thank you. I think we've run out of time and I don't think we have more questions here. So in summary, I think I'm very encouraged myself seeing the confidence of all of you. And I used to narrate a famous couplet from Shakil. मुझे खौफ आतिश गुल से है कहीं ये चमन को जला ना दे. I think I'm going to abandon that because I've gathered so much confidence that व्यवस्था अब ठीक direction में है that you no longer have to have that paranoia. But the takeout from this is that I think the most important thing is that we'll have to build 100 global Indian champions. In the Fortune 500, there have to be 100 Indian companies which become global leaders. I think that is the takeout, and I think 2 of them are already here in the future. Thank you very much. It was a beautiful discussion. I hope you were a great audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shri Mahendraji and all the panelists. We request you to kindly step forward for the group photograph. And yesterday I was becoming rich, then super rich, and today I probably am going to become the richest because I've got a key. I think it's from a locker, or it has Japanese or some other language written on it. So if somebody has lost it, we have found it. You can get it from here. Lunch is for the esteemed dignitaries on the first floor food court, and for the rest of the guests, you're welcome to join us, Exhibition Hall, ground floor. Thank you so much. So do join us, especially all those who want to gain more and more knowledge at 2 o'clock. We will start the session there. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you. A lot of shops are waiting for you. Yes,
Thank you, sir, for the one.
Yes, done.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. Thank you, thank you. We've exchanged the numbers and we'll definitely keep in touch. For sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Such a wonderful job. Thank you again.
हाँ हो गया